That was weird. Everything literally shut off. Never had that happen before. Like everything just went totally black. And usually you can like afford that to like a power outage or something. Power's fine. Clocks are fine. No clocks are blinking. Weird. Let's hope it stays steady. No idea. I'll see if I can get the music back on. Once again, Mark D'Antonio is going to be joining us in a little bit. Possibly Dave Shock, if I can get a hold of him. And we'll try this again. Weird. All right, let me see if I can get the music back on for you.
what's going on? There's clouds in the area right now?
Yeah, there's some clouds floating around. Yeah, they're kind of hit and miss, according to Paul. So
it should be clearing up then.
right.
All right, they're saying no voice at all yet.
Yeah, I didn't turn it on yet.
Okay.
Do you want me? I didn't know if you wanted to be on mic. If you wanted to go on, if you do, I'll go on right now.
Just for a few minutes.
All right. Yeah, hold on. One second. We are going to go live in 3 and 2 and 1, and there we go. And we are live with Mark and a little special guest popping in from the sickness.
I can barely breathe. But it's clearing up a little bit. But I don't know if
I just saw a glimpse of the moon. It just popped out of the clouds, and then it went back in.
What's the forecast?
Yeah, it's been doing it for a while.
Is it going to clear up in Florida? That's what Paul is saying?
Yeah, he said earlier that it's... let me see what he said here, just to make sure I have it right. He said a few puffy clouds and a little bit windy. So, yeah, something tells me it's just going to be hit and miss over the next 2 or 3 hours or so.
Well, I heard that Marc is going to be appearing at the Roswell conference this year.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I'll be in New York City, not this Sunday, but the following Sunday.
Really?
Yeah, I gotta do there's the New Life Expo's there, and they asked me to do a exoplanet science lecture. I mean, I don't know how that's gonna fly with that kind of crowd, but I guess I'm gonna find out.
Is that in Brooklyn? Because I think the host for
it's at the Hotel New Yorker.
Okay.
In Midtown.
Because I think Jill Hansen of QP Science, the host on KGRA, she's going to be speaking there too.
Oh, she is?
Yeah.
Wow, cool.
That's what I heard. Because she told me, Bill, if I'm in the area.
I know Jill.
Yeah,
I know Jill. We're on a special KGRA group called the 9 together.
Oh yes, that's right.
Yeah.
And I heard that Travis Walton, that's what Heidi told me, is going to be at Pine Bush. So it should be really good when everybody's there.
That's great.
Yes.
And I'll have the observatory up and running by then. So if anyone wants to make a field trip beforehand, they can do so.
Yep. Well, Keith, are we?
Yeah. I mean, that's the plan anyway. For when we get up there in May, we're going to go over and attack Mark's place.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
And so Paul is definitely in. He's going to be coming.
We're still waiting to give a guarantee, but as far as I know, yes, that is the plan.
So how long is this moon cycle going to be? You're going to be able to catch the feed tonight.
What's that? You kind of cut out.
How long are you going to be able to stream with the moon tonight? Yeah, there it is.
I think the moon sets around 10:30 or so, right around that time.
Okay.
So,
well, it'll be enough time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. And we're going to get into some stuff tonight because I know that you've been digging to talk about the TRAPPIST announcement from NASA, Marc. And I definitely want to hear what you have to say about that.
Oh,
I already modified my book for that. I added that TRAPPIST 1 into the book even. So
that's really interesting.
It doesn't make the publisher too happy because it's like, well, no, okay, you got to take it back. Thank you very much. And I'll give it back to you when I get done.
Right.
And what about the 2 people that are supposedly going to be taking the trip around the moon next year?
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens, right?
Yeah, who's doing that? SpaceX?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Elon Musk is announcing that he's going to be doing that. That'd be cool if he could. You know, I mean, going around the moon is different than landing on the moon, as long as it doesn't end up in an inadvertent landing.
Right. Well, hey, it's a start, right? That's how we started the last time. So we'll take what we can get.
It's almost
That's right.
It's almost like you're paying to be a guinea pig to take that flight.
All right.
You know what I mean? Because people are paying.
For a few $100 million, you too can be a guinea pig and maybe die.
I can't laugh because I'm gonna die here.
All right. Yeah.
Anyway,
don't die on us, Bill.
You guys have a great show and do your thing. And Marc, I'll be talking to you soon. And Keith, just message me on Skype when you're wrapping it up because I'm gonna go back and lay down. I can't sit up for too long because I start getting a little bit more ill.
You got it.
All right,
gentlemen, have a good time. And hello to everybody in P&K Space Imaging chat room and those that are watching on YouTube. This is the best stream that you can actually have on YouTube for this kind of topic matter. And you have two great individuals that are going to be speaking. Hopefully, Dave Schock will be joining, and of course, thanks to Paul for all his work that he does in Florida.
Amazing work.
Yes. So, gentlemen, have a great time. Talk soon.
Thanks, Bill. Tell Mom we said hi.
I sure will. Later, guys.
All right, Bill. Thanks.
Bye.
All right, Mark. TRAPPIST-1, get to talking. What do we got? Fill us in.
You know, the interesting thing about this is that this star, TRAPPIST-1, is actually called an ultra cool dwarf, and that doesn't mean it's really far out cool. It means that it's low in temperature. So it's a neat star system because these red dwarfs are so low temperature that they will last perhaps for trillions of years as a stable star doing hydrogen fusion, standard hydrogen fusion, making hydrogen into helium. And then the only issue is that when a star is that cool, it means that the planets that are found around it are a lot closer, because the habitable zone, that not too hot, not too cold zone around such a star, is really...
Yeah, Mark, explain why this time it's such a big announcement, because they did originally announce this last spring that they found this star, but I think the difference is they didn't know for sure how many planets were actually orbiting it when they announced it. What was it, last April or something like that in Nature magazine or whatever it is. They initially announced this finding in the TRAPPIST system. What's the difference between last year and now this year, them making a big deal out of it?
Well, the big deal this time is two reasons. Number one, they discovered that there's actually 7 planets around this star, and it turns out that the second big deal is that 3 of them are in the habitable zone of the star. Now, those 2 things are big enough, but the third thing that's even bigger is that the planets are really quite close to each other. The orbits are so tight, and the system is so tight, that if you were on, say, TRAPPIST-1 H, I mean, they're B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, okay? That's the component planets they're called. And if you were on, say, F or G, the other planets would be actually really, really bright in your day and nighttime sky. So you would see them very, very clearly. And it's because they're so packed together. Now, of course, if they're on opposite sides of that small star, then you won't see them. But if you don't see them in the sky, all you have to do is just wait, quite literally, a couple of hours, because these planets go around the star, in anywhere from a fraction of or a day or so to like 9 to 12 days. We don't have the periods worked out, the orbit quite worked out yet, but these are just incredibly awesome finds.
Is this something that the James Webb Telescope is going to actually allow us to investigate even further?
Yes, in fact, the Webb Telescope is already, they've already tasked it with looking at TRAPPIST-1.
So it's one of its first missions.
Yeah, it's only 40 light years away, and that's actually not a bad distance, So
I actually see Dave Schock actually just showed up in chat finally after I was trying to get a hold of him.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I see he just popped into the chat. So we'll have to get you on, Dave. I sent you a message on Skype. I was trying to get you on here as well, because I know you and Mark can really explain this Cubsat a lot better than I can. I'm trying to tell people we did the video just to promote it, to help you guys out. We believe in it, but you can give the more technical details and any questions that people have about it. So, Dave, let me know if you want to come on, and I'll add you to it. Anyway, continue, Mark. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. So, the bottom line is, the planet that's closest to the star is literally 0.01 astronomical units away from that star. Now, an astronomical unit, the AU, is a convenient method for determining, for stating distance of planets, because to talk about it in terms of miles becomes cumbersome. The Earth is 93 million miles from the sun. So that's already cumbersome, and so we call it 1 AU. All right? So this planet, the closest one component called B, is actually 0.01 AU away. That's a freaking... It's an immensely small distance, and it goes around that star in 1.5 days. So its year
Sheesh.
is 1.5 days.
But that would have some consequences. Actually, say if it was some kind of habitable planet, it would definitely have consequences because that means, well, I don't know if it's. I mean, it would have to have a protective atmosphere.
Yeah, you would have to have a magnetic field.
You definitely have to have magnetic field.
Yeah.
I mean, does all that stuff matter as much being as close as they are to it?
Well,
Like, do you need a stronger magnetic field for how close they are for protective reasons, or?
well, actually, yes, because for these types of stars, these types of stars are the most plentiful star in our galaxy. Okay, there's more of them than any other kind of star. So when you go out and look at a beautiful, bright Milky Way sky, and see thousands of stars over your head, not one of them is an M-type star, which is what these are called, M stars. Not one of these are these types of star, because all of them are too faint to see with your eye, every single one of them. And they're the most plentiful star in the galaxy, so that's really cool. And if they are that close, then the planets do have an issue, and that issue happens to be this. These stars are also somewhat energetic, especially in their earlier type. Okay, these stars are rated from M0 to M2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to 9. Well,
Right.
TRAPPIST-1 is like an M8 or 9 type star. So it's what's called a very late type. That's the phraseology. It's a late type star.
Right.
That doesn't mean it's really, really old. It just means that it's a type late M8 or M9. And at that age, and I'm sorry, at that spot in their what we call it, well, their actual condition, so to speak, their characteristics, the stars are a little bit more stable. Earlier M-type stars, M0s, M2s, M3s, M1, of course, these stars are a little more energetic and they spew a lot of ultraviolet radiation. And the ultraviolet radiation can indeed, strip an atmosphere. It can disassociate water vapor molecules in an atmosphere, like a young atmosphere that's trying to make some water vapor somehow. I mean, H2O can get split into H2, and then oxygen, and then get lost in space. So ultraviolet radiation is a danger. So a big magnetic field, a strong magnetic field, would swirl most of those energetic particles around the poles. Just like we have the northern lights, and we actually have southern lights too. The southern lights, Aurora Borealis and Aurora Australis, here on Earth, it's because of the magnetic field of the Earth taking highly charged particles from our sun and capturing them and swirling them down along the magnetic field lines near the poles. And lucky for us that we don't have a huge concentration of life at either pole. But those energetic particles, nevertheless, can still sometimes get through, as we've seen with major blackouts caused by solar, surges in our surface grid, where we have the wires, on the street poles, and that is a big problem. So, on one of these planets like this, every one of these planets, at TRAPPIST even, the farthest planet out is only 0.06 AU out. It's not even, these aren't even 0.1 AU, not even a tenth of an AU. They're not even more than 9.3 million miles out.
So they're hugging pretty closely.
You're darn right they are. And
now, does that have any gravitational effects, like say from the sun? Like obviously, if they're not gas, if they're plate tectonics, how gravity being that close to a star would affect anything like that.
Well,
you think they would be kind of like a volatile place if they're that close to a star with that much gravity pulling on it? Obviously, they're in orbit, but
right.
I mean, compared to Earth, wouldn't they be more, say, like Venus-like, depending on measurements?
But the star is only 0.08 that of the sun, so if you get closer to that star, it really doesn't matter so much. It matters obviously, but it doesn't matter, in terms of gravity, what it's doing to you, because the proximity to the star is compensated for by the much, much smaller mass of that star.
Right.
So it wouldn't be that big a deal, but it is a big deal. I mean, it's a huge problem. And the other thing is there will be interactions between the gravity of the planets that are all so close to each other and that star. So in other words, if
it's almost like a tug of war.
as a matter of fact, there is, and you know to compare this system of planets and its star to Jupiter's moons, and Jupiter is a much better analogy, because the star is actually a little bit bigger than Jupiter. Not, you know, it's nowhere near the size of Jupiter. It's bigger, of course, but the interactions and the gravitational interactions between moons and between Jupiter, around Jupiter, are really indicative of what we see around the TRAPPIST-1 system. TRAPPIST-1, these planets are tugging on each other, and if one of these planets has liquid water on its surface, it's going to have a really incredibly complex tidal table, let me tell you. You know, the tides are going to be pretty complex there. You know, you might have, you know, the high tides will come and go in the matter perhaps of just an hour or two, instead of, you know, like on Earth, like 12 hours at a time, right?
Right.
So that could be pretty incredible to see that. But around TRAPPIST, the component that's closest is B. And, you know, that one, like I said, 1.5 days to go around the star. But the next one that's further out takes 2.4 days to go around that star. That's rapid, okay? And it's still 0.015, you know, AU, if you want a number, from that star. Tiny. Then the component D is a little bit farther out and takes about 4 days to go around. But then we have E, F, and G before H. E, F, and G are what are considered the habitable zone planets. You know, you might read something where it says, well, D, E, and F, but it's really more like E, F, and G. And E can support liquid water, F can support liquid water, G could support liquid water. And they really are thinking more in terms of E and F right now in terms of the targets. So when, for instance, the James Webb Telescope that you mentioned earlier gets up there, that telescope is actually going to be able to literally decipher something about these atmospheres if they exist. It'll be able to tell us if they have atmospheres, and if so, what they're made of.
And they're doing that through the broad spectrum of light. You know, among other things.
That's all we got. All we have is the subtle changes to the spectrum of the star as caused by the planet passing in front of it.
Comparative size, what's the smallest planet in that system?
That would actually be D.
Okay.
It's actually it's only just over 3/4 the size of the Earth. You know, and it's actually it'll have the smallest amount of you know, lowest amount of gravitational pull, you know, on it. And also the thing that's interesting is it's about 3/4 the size of the Earth, but its mass is less than half of the Earth. So it's not as dense as the Earth is. So it might have a different core. It might not have a magnetic field. Maybe it's made of lighter materials. It's possible that it's actually a gas ball. We don't even know it. But it's only, like I said, at that diameter, you know, just 3/4 the size of the Earth. It could be anything. You know, it could be a Mars. It could be something like that. Have a rudimentary atmosphere. And, you know, the biggest one is actually G, which is quite a bit bigger. But the fact is, it's only just over 1 times, you know, it's 1.13 times the size of the Earth. It's very, 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 very similar to the Earth. But
do they think that these 7 are it, or do they think that maybe it's a possibility that there are more that they may not find until the Webb telescope gets up there?
That's a good question. I actually don't know the answer to that question. It might be that the Webb telescope will give us some really good information, but it's also possible that we found everything there is around TRAPPIST-1. I mean, there's so many other stars out there to look at.
Right.
It's going to be incredible, you know. They're going to vie for attention to get the Webb time. I'll tell you that.
I'll tell you what, Mark. Let me open the doors. Let me open the floodgates here.
All right.
Do you think, in this day and age, let's say 2017 right now,
Sure.
that the world, if it happens, is ready for disclosure?
Well, that's a loaded question.
And that's what I was hoping for.
Yeah, actually.
I mean, do you think society could handle it, say, tomorrow? Disclosure happens.
I talk to people, Keith, that will say to me, if they came tomorrow, whatever, I don't care. And part of that is because they're jaded by the fact that they've seen so much science fiction that makes aliens both real and horrifying and benevolent. I mean, they've seen all the full gamut.
Mm-hmm.
They've seen all that. So some people are just like, fine, bring them on. Do they like beer? That kind of thing. And they're serious about that. They don't have anything in their minds that would stop them from wanting to welcome them in and just go ahead and start talking to them. Right. Other people, on the other hand, would be absolutely appalled and scared, and their fear would cause them to make stupid decisions. If it was real, there would be some kind of rioting. There would be, perhaps religious groups would start to, think how they're going to have to rewrite the religious texts. Okay.
Do you think that's the biggest threat is religion?
Oh, that'll be a major threat. Okay, mm-hmm. That'll be it's not a threat. Religion's not a threat, I should say. The alien presence would threaten religion, for sure, and there's no doubt that it will, because even though in the Catholic faith, I guess I've read this online, that the Pope has said that alien life, the existence of alien life would not change anything about Catholicism whatsoever.
I know, but didn't he also say that we would join our friends and try to convert them to Catholics or something like that? I could be totally wrong about that. I shouldn't even have said it, but it was just like, I thought I read something like that we would welcome them into the Catholic faith or whatever. And it's, I don't know. I've been thinking about this a lot lately, and I see a lot of people in chat have been thinking about this too. It's just like, if it were to happen, seriously, I know that there are protocols in place. Now, obviously, nobody has ever thought those protocols would even need to be used, but little people know that there are protocols in place if contact does happen. Now, they're very vague and they're very hard to find, and I believe, if my memory serves me correct, and I may be wrong about this, I'm pretty sure you know about this, that it does somehow run through the UN at a point, but I think each country has their own contact czar, if you will, that then has to report to the UN?
Well, I do know that Jacques Vallée and Lee Spiegel in the 70s went to the UN together. Lee Spiegel, of course, is he works at the science desk at Huffington Post. He was also writing a lot of the weird news UFO articles that I would help him on a lot. I've got like 100 articles with him on UFOs on Huffington Post. And Jacques Vallée was also a friend of mine. He and Lee went to the UN to actually discuss this very thing. And basically, they left kind of feeling like they really didn't get very far, and then it was made into more of a tinfoil hat thing. And that was back in the 70s. So if between now and then something else happened, I certainly don't know about it, and I know Lee wouldn't know about it, or Jacques. So I'm not sure what goes through the minds. I think that most of the worry really comes down to a military issue. Is there a military advantage to being their friend, or is there a military disadvantage to having them be on our side?
If you believe Hollywood, it's an advantage.
If you believe,
because everybody thinks of alien invasion and aliens, you think of Independence Day or one of those things, and I think that's what I liked about the movie Arrival.
Yeah.
Not because, a lot of people say, "Oh, that movie it was boring." I'm like, no, that actually may be what happens if anything tried to make contact. And I thought I thought it was a great different take, besides the old run and gun, thrillers that most alien invasion movies are.
That's right. In that movie, you have an alien species that can direct gravity at will, and many people don't realize that when they're standing there looking at the aliens, they're actually standing on a vertical wall, so to speak, on the inside of the ship. Right. I won't say too much for people who haven't seen it yet, but that kind of thing, I think, is that kind of science is down the pike for us as well, because we will eventually be able to figure out what gravity is, other than just to be able to calculate its value, because that's all we can do now.
Right.
Which
is why a lot of, say, the flat Earth community and whatnot all think that gravity is a myth, because it can't be proven, but it can be measured. Correct?
Yeah. The force of gravity between two bodies is the capital G, which is a constant, gravitational constant, and then the mass of the body to the mass of the other body over the radius squared. So I mean, it's like between them squared. So that's the force of gravity on two bodies in a system. And when you go to a three-body problem, it just becomes more complicated, but it's the same kind of thing. And someone, by the way, in chat, they asked if I could say when the James Webb Telescope was being launched. And sure, I can give you what I know. It's supposed to be launched in 2017 here. I don't know what month, though. Their best guesses often fall flat. So they're being careful, because they only get one shot at this. And we don't want to see that one just blow up on the launch pad. That would not be good.
This is where I wish that movies were real, and where NASA always built a second one.
That's right.
Without anybody knowing. You know what I mean? Yeah. Kind of like the movie Contact, where they built a second one out of.
Yes, there was another one in Japan. What?
There's just so much. I mean, there's just so much that can go wrong, and literally, this launch of this telescope has to be perfect. Like, everything has to fall into place. The math has to be to the T, not off by any hair, because that thing is actually going out. Is it past Saturn or Jupiter?
Yeah, it's gonna sit out there parked and watch this. Look at the universe from that point of view, and I think it's gonna be just monumental, the amount of information that it's gonna be able to provide for us.
I can't wait. I'm excited for that, like kids get for Christmas. Like, I am just waiting on that James Webb Telescope to go up. It's the biggest. Oh, it's just going to be amazing.
Well, don't forget, okay, the Kepler Space Telescope, of course, failed, and that's because it lost too many reaction wheels, which are they're spinning weighted disks that actually, are used to position the telescope very precisely. Mm-hmm. And there's 4 of them. And it can operate on 3, but it lost 2. So it can't accurately point the telescope anymore. So it can't sit there and start doing its data integrations anymore. So that's sad, but there is a replacement for Kepler that's going to be built soon, and that's called TESS, right? Mm-hmm. TESS, the Transiting Exoplanet Survey Satellite. And TESS is being built by Orbital A.K.A. And, the CEO of Orbital A.K.A is a guy named David Thompson, and
Now, what is Orbital A.K.A known for? Have they done anything in the past that to throw a name out there so people know what they do?
Orbital A.K.A they launch supply missions to the ISS. They build other satellites. They do the Iridium satellites right now. They've got the whole constellation. That's what they call a bunch of these satellites, a constellation. So they have the whole constellation of Iridium satellites that they're responsible for. So they're very well versed, very complete, good science. And I talked to the CEO, David Thompson, a couple times, and they're building tests out in Arizona at the Gilbert plant, and I've been in that Gilbert plant in that very room where they're building it, because I was there when I was doing a project for the Google Earth satellite. Mm-hmm. And I was in that high bay when they were building the Google Earth satellite. And I saw the samples, and when I got in that bay, I was taking pictures. And, I had a fairly high clearance, at that time. And this was, when was it? It was in the early to mid-2000s. Well, anyway, I took all kinds of pictures of the satellite, and they kept saying, okay, you can't show that, that's classified, can't show that. Mm-hmm. So I figured out, that there's got to be more to this Google Earth satellite, if that's really what this was. Well, it turns out that that Google is completely in bed with the Defense Department, as you can imagine. And they're actually doing a lot of imagery for the DoD. Mm-hmm. And I know that because when I went to DC to the data center, actually the satellite downlink center where they were actually bringing the data down from the satellite, mm-hmm. I sat in this room, which was a weird thing because it was an outer room, and then there was an inner room that had glass windows between you and what was going on with the controllers in the center.
Right.
And even though I had clearance, every time they did a certain pass, they said classified pass coming up, and the windows would just go black because they had that polarizing LED or LCD technology. And they would go black.
See what's going on here.
Yeah, and they would go black for about 4 minutes, and then bloop, they come back up again. Nothing happened. Right. Nothing happened. Nothing to see here. You're right.
Okay. Well, let me give the people in chat. If those of you who do not know Marc D'Antonio, Marc, what television shows you've been on? I know there's been a lot. Just give me a rundown real quick so people can know where they can check you out at besides here and on the numerous things that you do, not to mention the conferences and all that. But
sure.
What TV shows have you been on again?
I do the seasons of NASA's Unexplained Files, and then One on Earth grabbed a hold of me, and I'm doing those now as well. And I'm on various National Geographic shows here and there. And my purpose when I come up there is to actually kind of be I think, a voice of reason, because in the UFO community, which is where my heart is, okay, we want to get to the scientific bottom line, right? And
exactly.
Right. And I think doing it by science is the best way. Our science is not complete. We know that. Science doesn't give us all the answers. We know that. So I try to be a voice of reason on these shows. So when they show something that says this footage taken from the shuttle shows these intelligent UFOs and they're blinking a certain pattern at us or whatever, but I can decipher that in terms of what I know about on-orbit activities and how ice in space doesn't really melt, okay, because. Right.
And this point has to be made, too, because you are the same way I am, basically. And listen, guys, we are not UFO debunkers, okay?
No,
we like to apply science. And if we can figure out or, of course, in the name of science, recreate it to explain something that's going – don't get me wrong. We would love something to fly on the screen and do a 90-degree turn and shoot out, and we would love to have that happen and for us not to be able to explain it. But in order for peace of mind for me anyway, and I'm pretty sure it's the same way for Marc, to have that peace of mind, you have to go through the test to make sure that you go through everything that it could be before you come to that conclusion where you're just like, okay, I don't know. This is definitely something that I don't understand.
That's a very good point. And, I'm all about doing recreations where necessary. As a matter of fact, I'm involved now with a show here in the state where we're going to take UFO cases, and we're actually going to recreate them. And we're going to actually, I've already lined up a whole bunch of actors to help out. My background is, believe it or not, in astronomy. That was what I got my degree in. But I actually took my astronomy in a variety of paths. I mean, I'm doing astronomy all the time. I use more math now than I did when I was actually in college, working in astronomy. But I have an observatory that I'm building here with a telescope that's going to do spectra of stars. So I'll be able to do and eventually do photometry, which will allow me to check those light curves of stars and maybe even detect planets as an amateur. Right. So that's just something. But the point is, I also I'm the chief photo and video analyst for the Mutual UFO Network, MUFON. And MUFON is a great organization. It gets some bad press at times because people just don't like the fact that they have someone looking at their photos and videos in me right. That's very hard on the data. Look, if we're not hard on the data, I mean, that's doing a disservice to everybody that follows.
Yeah, you have to be. It's way too easy to say, okay, and I get pounded a lot in our chats, or not in our chat, in the comment section of some of our videos, because I isolate a lot of the objects that we catch, going past the moon or past the sun. you know, and I isolate them just because when we're watching it, it's so quick. There's not time to analyze it. So I post it, and all of a sudden these people come out of nowhere like, you know, it's balloons. And I'm like, yeah, it's definitely possible. You know, I'm not saying it's not, but we isolate it so people can actually take a look. And I hate using the term. I really hate it because I hate when other channels use it, is the term decide for yourself.
Yeah.
Because they almost use that as a cop-out. You know,
Right.
especially, you know, some of the bigger UFO channels, you know, they use it as a cop out to be like, okay, you know, and just spatter some, excuse my French, bullshit. But it's like, yeah, we isolate it. The only reason we're isolating it is just to get a closer look at it. Could it be a satellite? Absolutely. Could it be, you know, a balloon? Absolutely. But we're not going to fly off the handle and go and claim it's UFOs and we're being attacked and, you know, it's just I don't know. It's a shady area of the internet because then you'll sit there and you'll make a statement of what, you know, it probably is, and I don't want to say for sure because you still have to do your homework on it, obviously.
Yes.
But then you'll have some UFO website, not to mention any names, they'll grab that clip and all of a sudden sell it to the Daily Mail over in England and ask some guy that had nothing to do with the sighting. And he's saying it's some kind of, you know, intelligently controlled, you know, it's like going off the deep end. All of a sudden that gets picked up from the Daily Mail and goes all over the world to different, like, in my opinion, not really reputable newspapers or more, you know, rag
I remember when that happened to you. That was crazy.
Yeah. And I was like, man, I was thinking about, and the only thing I thought about when that happened, I was like, man, Paul, like, the poor guy shot the stuff and this is going over, and it's like, they didn't even credit. You know what I mean? I could care less if they credit, you know, P&K Space Image, because that's just something I created because it was me and Paul doing it through YouTube. But I'm like, they should have gave the credit for actually catching the thing to an astronomer in Florida, and they should have read, you know, the description of what we put there. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna lay off that tangent for the
no, but
that just gets me so worked up.
But that makes so much sense. Okay, oftentimes, you know, I have been attacked by people, and again, you have to have a thick skin in this business. You do, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, the problem is that you just want to get to the bottom line. You want to figure out what something is. Now, you sent me a video of something that was caught in one of the other streams, and I looked at it, and I sent you a message back, which I'm going to tell everybody about. And basically, I looked at that, and I examined it, and I realized, you know, I think I've seen this kind of thing before, exactly this. And I thought maybe what we were looking at by the nature of, not the balloon one, okay, but well, maybe it was the balloon one.
The spider?
Yes, I thought it was a spider inside the aperture of the telescope. Now, if he's using a Schmidt-Cassegrain, then it's called a folded optical path telescope, and there's a plate of glass on the end. But if a spider gets on that plate of glass and starts walking across and trying to build a web where it can, well, it will look like that.
And don't get me wrong, Mark. I mean, sometimes me and Mark don't agree, you know, and that's the beauty of it. But I do trust enough in his analyzation and what he does and how he approaches it that I will send him clips that I'm not exactly sure about.
Oh,
you know?
I agree.
Because I love to get your input.
Guess. It's a guess by me too, because we don't really know, of course, what it is. But I will say that when I watched it moving around,
alert just said there's objects incoming. Not sure. He just posted it in the chat. So keep your eyes on the screen, people. I'm not sure. I'm glad
I saw that.
He posted. So I'm not sure what it is, but he's been really good about that lately. Because he's watching on a huge screen, so he's able to catch up. Oh, the guy working the camera.
Oh, okay.
So it should be happening in the next 30 seconds or so.
He says center. Is that what he's saying? Oh, there it is. I just saw something go through that. That actually looked like it could have been a satellite. Or maybe not. I have to see it again. We'll have to go back and look at it again.
Yeah, somebody wants to timestamp that one for me so I can write it down so I can check it out tomorrow. What we got?
From the upper left to lower right.
You said 8/18, 17/14. All right, let me write that down real quick just to be sure I have it. Thank you, Paul, for the heads up.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. That's very cool.
8. Yeah, we found the atomic clock works a lot better than trying to go by YouTube time.
Yeah, very smart. Because even if you start the video over again, it never, it's not the same SMTP time. That's never right.
Well, I was thinking about going with the universal time, and I was like, that's just going to confuse. I'm just going to put the local time, and go with it from there. But yeah, so I mean, as I said, it's like stuff like that to just happen. Now tomorrow I'll go through there and I'll look these things up close, and I think if it warrants, I'll isolate it, and try to get zoomed in on it and close up and take a peek at it. But yeah, so
that's pretty cool.
I forgot what we were talking about beforehand.
That's okay. I mean, we'll get around to it, and I'm sure someone will remind us if we didn't complete it.
You know what? We had somebody in chat a little bit earlier that I wanted to address, and I know you addressed this here before, but it's always nice to go over it again. There are obviously non-believers that we went to the moon,
right?
And their major sticking points are, number one, the Van Allen belts.
Yep.
And number two, of course, the numerous shadow inconsistencies, which we had talked about before. But I'm going to let you go ahead and talk about these again. How do we know? And you have tested this by model, correct?
Yeah, actually, that was one of our recreations that we did for NASA's Unexplained Files.
Okay.
Yeah, and I have a little bit of a pet peeve against people that say we didn't go, because most of those people that say that are not even old enough to have been around when that all happened. Right. They weren't around when the Apollo 1 fire on the launch pad happened. They weren't around to watch Apollo 8.
But not to confuse anybody, there are some older people that say that too, like some real big name people. I mean, you have, of course, John Lear that just came out, within the last year and started really attacking the moon landings and whatnot. So how do we know we went? And I'll let you talk about that as I get data.
John Lear also said that there's 7 civilizations living inside the sun 2 weeks ago.
I know. So, and I don't know if he's doing it just trying to be contrary, or, well, I mean, I believe that John Lear believes everything that he talks about.
Yes.
But anyway, I'll let you explain the moon landings and how we know we went. And in the meantime, I'll get Dave Schock on in the background here. And okay. So go ahead, take it away with the moon landings.
Well, that the interesting thing about the moon landings and the whole issue with landing on the moon had to do with everything that Keith just said, of course. But the bottom line is that when you look at the times when I was around during this time, I'm 56. So I was around when the moon landings occurred. I was actually, I was 11 years old when we landed on the moon the first time. All right. And it was incredible for me. And when I watched, maybe I was 9, I don't remember. Anyway, it was incredible to me. And it was a very cool event, and it took years to happen, and a lot of people worked on it. And we all thought about we all knew, not me at the time, but all science folks back then, they knew about the Van Allen radiation belts, but they didn't know a lot about them. They knew that satellites could detect this radiation out there. So they thought that the best way to get out of the Earth's radiation belts, which are really just basically a particle trap, that's what they are. Think of it this way, the magnetic field causes particles to get trapped from the sun, energetic particles. That's the radiation we're talking about. It's not the same as radiation like that you get off of plutonium. It's not like that kind of radiation. It's a different radiation. And the fact is, the human body can actually withstand that for a period of time. And the amount of time that they were in the Van Allen radiation belts is measured in minutes, not days. So they actually took it as a possibility that maybe they would have to, use a different trajectory to leave the Earth. And they did. They went out through the poles. They went out through the North or South Pole. I can't remember what the trajectories are the same for all the Apollos. But it was so neat. And they left the Earth. They got past the Van Allen belts, and they were able to get on their way to the moon. And so I don't see an issue with Van Allen radiation belts. I really don't. And next, of course, is the fact that they say, well, there's no evidence we landed on the moon. And I can
Right.
say there's absolutely evidence. All you have to do is go to the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter website, LRO, and
Mhm.
look and do a Google search. All of you.
I'll give you an answer right now to what they're going to say. LRO, NASA, not going to believe it. Photoshop.
Well, Nick,
Yep.
And don't get it wrong.
Exactly.
Anybody listening, don't get it wrong. They did get elevated radiation from going through there. I mean,
Yes,
it's not
they
like
did.
they went through
Sure.
scot free, but it's comparable to what they say, like some kind, what is it, like a year or two of X-rays or something like that.
Yes, exactly. They likened it to the number of X-rays. It's not like ionizing radiation like you get from a nuclear blast or from plutonium sitting in front of you, kind of a thing. I mean, you're not gonna. It's not the same type of radiation.
Right.
So, and then the other thing is, here's something to keep in mind. The Van Allen radiation belts actually affect the ISS all the time. On certain orbits, when the ISS comes around, the Van Allen radiation belts reach down from their location. They're like a spherical donut, basically. Think of it that way around the Earth. But there's areas where the Van Allen radiation belts are lower altitude, and when the when the ISS goes through there, the astronauts have to retreat to an area of the ISS that has the thickest shielding.
Right.
And that's just a routine, and they know which orbits those are, and they say, okay, we have a danger,
Yeah.
gotta move everybody.
And they have them calculated to know when they're going to happen, when they need to be, protected.
Yeah, and they only got to
And
do
all
it for
that.
about like 4 minutes. They got to go there for
Right.
like 4 to 6 minutes, and then that's it. Then they can come out. I mean, but that's the thing. See, we have a way around this stuff, and it's not like it's radiation that when it hits, something, it stays radioactive. It's not that at all. It's energetic particles that are trapped in our magnetic field that cause the Van Allen belts. Basically, that's what they are. So it's pretty cool stuff. Did I hear Dave?
Yes,
Yeah.
you did.
Hey,
Evening,
Dave.
Mark, Keith.
And a big
Thanks for
welcome to Dave
Yeah.
Schock. If anybody has seen the video that I posted, I think it's about a month ago now. I posted a video called UFO for Disclosure, and that is a project that Dave is heavily involved in, and which is why I wanted to get him on, because I knew there was a lot of question about it. He had lost internet at the time. He was getting back everything, and finally he's available to us. And I know you guys get along pretty good, you and Mark. So I just want to jump over to Dave for a little bit. And Mark, I'm going to let you help because I'm actually going to just step back on the mic and let you guys go for it. Dave, if you want to explain what this project is, how it came to be, what its mission is to do, how it's going to work, all that good stuff. I'm sure a lot of people want to know.
Sure, Keith. Mark. Actually, I got a few good announcements too on all this. But first of all, we are launching the first ever UFO hunting satellite. It is a Cube satellite, this one will be a 2U, which is about the size of a shoebox, full of equipment, cameras and stuff to try to identify if we have any UFOs in the atmosphere or around Earth or whatever kind of anomalies. It's a camera, a magnetometer, which we can get any kind of magnetic readings, anything like that, any kind of anomalies, a scintillation counter for any kind of radiation that might come through if we pass through a trail of what we might see one or stuff. Now, of course, we're going to get a base reading of our scintillation and magnetometer because when you're in orbit, you're going to get that, like we were saying, if you go passing through the Van Allen belt, I can see the scintillation counter just going off the scale, which it would. But we'll have them base readings, so we'll be able to know. It's not like it's going to be a surprise, but we're looking like that we have the funding now. We have someone that's come on board, and Amanda, can I get a shout out? Yes, Amanda, you can.
Yes, hi, Amanda.
Yes, we all love her, that's for sure.
Now, Dave, are you talking about like a private investor stepped up to help? I mean, are you talking about the data cost, or are you talking about the actual mission cost itself?
The rest of it. Yeah, we were
So
still
you're talking about the data cost.
We were still needing around $20,000 or so dollars. That'll take care of the data costs that we needed and anything else that may incur. We're going to end up maybe But this person has promised to probably throw in 30,000,
Okay.
and he's doing some private funding. He's actually has somebody that he's talking to soon that may do a lot more, and by a lot more, I mean a lot more. Because
And how is just explain to people how this works. Are they going to be able to go to, say, like a website and look at like see live video? Are they going to be able to say, is the data going to come back down and be put together and then displayed by you on a website? Is it going to be for them to piece together?
It's going to be instant. Yeah, that's what's important. We don't want, no disturbances in the field. We want it.
Right.
We want it to come. When we get a picture, boom, it's going to be on the website every time. That's important because we don't want, people to think, well, that may have been airbrushed. We should have seen something, or this or that, or we want that information instantly, and it will be at a website that we have set up for it. When we get closer to launch, it'll be specifically for it. And I'm sure we'll put in a type of chat room and things like that so we can talk to people and it'll be monitored.
Is that image data going to be available with the image, like everything that was going on at the time? Because I know you have a lot of things included on that CubeSat. Mm-hmm. You want to name some of the stuff that you're actually putting in? I think you were talking about a radar at one point.
Now
I'm not sure if you guys went that far or not.
That was going to cost, and depending, this angel investor comes along and throws a shitload at us. If we have time to get it together for that, they make a postage stamp size radar nowadays, and that would be amazing right there to have that on board. But I kind of see that
micro impulse radar.
Yeah, is it?
It's micro impulse radar.
Yeah, that'd be amazing to have something like that on board, but I just don't see that actually probably happening. But
the option is there if the funding gets there.
Oh yeah, sure it is. There's it depends, and of course towards the launch date because we have to get it done, and then there's testing, and then it has to be sent to the company, put on board the launcher, and there's a lot to it, so we have to get the things done quickly.
Now, do you have a website set up that actually shows you guys testing this thing, or
not testing? But we do have a website up, and Dave Cote, who's the project manager, he's a partner there. He's also a programmer and he started his own little company called Fine Line Labs, and you can go to finelinelabs.com/space, or just go to finelinelabs.com, and you'll see a link there. It says space. If you click on that, it'll take you right to our page that he has set up. It has some links to the interviews and stuff, some of the newspaper articles and things that we've been on. And there's a good little explanation, breakdown of everything that's going on there. And that explains a lot of it, But, we still have a few difficulties right now.
Well, that's...
What?
Well, let's talk about what instrumentation you actually are going to have on this thing.
Okay, sure.
And how it's going to work.
Okay, what it'll be is like I say, a cube satellite, which is pretty small, but we're going to have one camera pointing down, one camera pointing up, and we want to have parabolic lenses on it, so it will see a wider view, and this will be a beautiful view, HD photos of Earth. And then we'll get a photo every 5 seconds, HD photo, send back. Every 5 seconds, a brand new photo, sent
and that's
back.
Constantly.
Constant. Every 5 seconds, constantly. And along with that, like I say, we're going to have a scintillation counter, which is basically a Geiger counter. Say we see something and we fly through a trail where it flew in and get a reading on the Geiger counter. That's just corroboration of what we've seen, along with the magnetometer, which will read any kind of magnetic fluctuations too.
Will those work with either camera, either way it's pointing?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll always be getting a reading. So whatever we've seen, and we also a timestamp on it, get a reading too. That just corroborates everything.
Mm.
You may not know where it's coming from, though.
Right. If we see that it's a trail, see it coming in, we see that it's been every 5 seconds, and kind of see a line, make out a line of where it might have came through, and we passed through that line and got a reading. That would be pretty important and interesting. Just more to it. Yeah.
Hey, Dave, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Um, One of the problems with anything in orbit is that you have data drop locations. For instance, the southern Indian Ocean, southern Pacific, around Antarctica. There's no ground station to take any feeds from the satellites. So the ISS feed, for instance, will go down routinely as it's going over Western China. And then by the time it gets to Japan, the feed might come back. But are you going to store data on board to transmit in those from those dark?
Yes,
those
that is being set up. From what I understand, though, the network that we're using, I don't see that happening very often. If it does, but yeah, absolutely, it is being set in a storage so we can. So once we get back in, boof, we get it back in range. We can blam download all them real quickly and then catch back up to what we're doing. Yeah. Because I'm sure there will be blackouts. You know that.
Yeah,
does
there are.
happen.
There's some. Believe it or not, for all our technology, there's no coverage when the ISS is over certain locations on the Earth. There's no coverage, and it goes out routinely. I can predict, when I see the ISS in orbit, where I know where it is, I can predict, how long, almost to the 10-second mark, where the coverage is going to drop out. Because as soon as it gets to a certain spot, it's out of the range of any ground station, and it doesn't get relayed to other satellites and then brought down to the ground. So that's always been a issue with trying to get something in orbit. So
Sure.
I'm glad that you're thinking about that.
So, Dave, what you're saying is if you go through an area, this thing is automatically going to store the data from the blackout area, and as soon as it comes back into contact with the ground, it's going to send the data, not only that it's supposed to send, but the stuff that it had stored from the blackout area.
And
it knows
right
the
back
difference
up.
between the two.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll catch right back up. Also, I seen someone in the chat. It's that Tron Man. Mentioned something about it'd be great to film the backside of the moon and stuff. Well, I have an announcement.
Uh-oh.
Yes. It looks like this is kind of taking off a little bit, all this about the Cubsat project. And I was asked by the investor, and he's talking to somebody real soon too, to get the rest of the money. But it looks like we might be, and I already have a company ready to launch it. We're sending 3 CubeSat to the moon.
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're going to send 3 cubes to the moon in a little different orbit of each one, and we'd like to put it in a network so where it'll be a line of sight to all 3 at a time, so we'll always be able to transmit data back to Earth constantly from all 3, kind of a network there. And which that'll be tough at that low altitude, so we probably won't be able to do it that way.
And this is something that's in the planning phases now that you guys are planning?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We're going to send 3 cubes to the moon and image the entire moon. And answer these questions once for all. Oh, there's the landing site. Oh, there's the structure. Hey, if there is or there ain't, we're going to answer it. I got somebody really interested in that right there. And they've asked me to put that together, and I've already spoke with the rocket company because they're sending a rover up there early next summer, I think it is. Part of that Google X Prize thing.
Right.
And they're already going to have the structure, everything, infrastructure set up for the moon. That is, all the communications, everything's going to be already set up. So they offered to do it. They gave me a price that we couldn't pass that up. Sure, it's in the millions, but we do have someone that wants to pay for it, I guess, and it's.
Now, how long do these CubeSats actually stay in orbit?
Well, it depends on where we're at. The ones at the moon, I don't know yet. That's still, so like I say, it's so early in the planning.
Yeah, I'm going back to the current one.
But our current one,
eyes on the prize.
Eyes on the prize. That's for sure. But this one here. Now we're originally with the company we're going with. We're going to be at 195 miles. It looks like we're only looking at 2 to 3 months.
Okay.
That's it. But
2 to 3 months of getting images every 5 seconds.
Yes, but we have something else that's popped up. Okay, the company is behind. They're behind schedule.
Okay.
They've been having problems with some sort of guidance system they've been working on. So they're behind schedule.
Is this the launch company or the CubeSat?
Yes,
Launch
the launch company. Okay, the guy, our investor person, knows about it too, and he wanted me to look into maybe possible other launches. So I did. I have an Italian company that has offered to put us up at 350 miles.
Oh, wow.
Which is above the station, and we're looking at a lot longer mission. I don't even know how long. We're looking at over a year or something, man. This thing will probably be up for a long time. I don't know. But that's above the station. They've offered to put us up, and for a really reasonable price for that long a mission. We couldn't beat that by sending more cubes and more cubes and more cubes up by what the price we were doing. So this one launch would be huge, and it's on a Falcon 9 SpaceX rocket coming up by the end of the year, early next spring, or next winter, which is January. I think they said in February, December or January, which is a huge offer anyway. But they offered to put us up for that. I mean, that would be something.
Wow. I'd say. Now, obviously, being up higher or further away, I should say, not really higher, does that increase orbit time?
Oh, heck yeah, it would. Like I said, that means...
What does it go to?
A year or so.
Really?
It would be such a huge savings in the long run by doing it this way. Because if we have to put one up, 50 grand per shot, boom, every 2 or 3 months, that adds up. Right. Well, this thing stay up as long as it is, the savings is really huge because of the price that they wanted to do this for. So it's a huge savings in the long run if we would look at it that way. So
and Duplicate has a question in chat, and it says, okay, you see that question there? I'll read it out loud just for everybody. It's like, how do you generate enough power on a small CubeSat to make a return transmission from the moon?
Simple. And that is through, especially around the moon, we're going to be away from the planet itself. And we have the solar panels, which are generating enough power to keep the batteries topped off until we go into a little darkness. Then the batteries kick in and continue until the same it would be for the Earth, because it's every 90 minutes it's in orbit. So half that time we're in darkness. So, the batteries continue to work and transmit back. Now, transmitting back from the moon, it isn't much any different than the other. And that is because from the moon, it's a line of sight. They don't need a lot of power to send a signal. It doesn't take many watts from the moon out there straight at the Earth back. It doesn't take a lot. So, really isn't it wouldn't be a problem at all. Not at all.
What company's actually doing the data?
Gosh, oh, man. Oh.
I caught you off guard.
Tell me, oh, gosh. Dun, 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 dun. I got to think. Oh, actually, I can find it real quick if you give me a second. Continue to talk here. I think Dave has it at our site. I'm actually there looking at the prices and stuff and what he was going to.
I mean, obviously, do they have like satellite dishes all around the planet?
No, they have satellites. They have satellites up there to do it. Gosh, I'm at the site looking, and I thought sure.
It's not really a big important, Yeah,
but it is.
I was just wondering who was actually collecting the data for you, because people are going to say NASA.
Did I hear that Dave doesn't know something about this project?
I know the name. I can't remember. That's what it is. NSL's iStar.
Okay.
Duplex modem. So NSL. What the? I can't remember what the name of that was. Yeah, I know the company, and I can't believe near space launch.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dave, you're going to hang out with us for a little while yet, right?
Oh, sure. I ain't doing nothing.
Cool. You want to give the website another plug real quick if people want to go check out all the details? And if anybody has any questions in chat, they want to know more about the CubeSat, feel free to post them. Dave's here. He's watching the chat. Also with us, Marc D'Antonio is with us. He's Marc, are you looking at the chat as well? All right,
Yes,
Mark's
I
dead.
am.
Bathroom.
I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah,
I was
so Mark's
just,
looking at the chat as well. So if you have any questions for Mark, feel free to post them in there, and we'll just we're kind of just gonna hang out for the rest of the night and talk stuff. I definitely want to get back on the disclosure subject because that seems like a big subject with a lot of people watching.
Sure is.
Yep.
And I know Dave has certain stances on that as well. So,
But Fine Line Labs, that's it.
Fine Line Labs.
FineLineLabs.com.
That's the people collecting the data.
No, that's Dave Cote, our website.
Oh, okay. Jeez.
Yeah, that's our. Yeah, you said to plug the website again, so there we go.
I'm sorry.
But Fine Line Labs, and then you'll see he has a few things up there. He's actually been designing some virtual reality games and things too. But you'll notice one that says space technology, and that takes you to a site about our Cube satellite project. And NSL, gosh, I can't remember the name of that company.
Well, I'll ask you, Dave. What are the main things we need to know about the Cubsat? The main points that we need to know.
The main points is, are UFOs real? You know, we've been trying this for, gosh, how many years? Since the late 40s. Really, they've been seen long before that. There are reports back in the Western days, back in antiquity times. Look at some of the paintings. Some of the things that you see etched into walls. I mean, this stuff has been going on forever. But yet, it seems like we hit a brick wall when it comes to our governments wanting to acknowledge it. They call you nuts and things like that. Oh, we're crazy. You know, yeah, you see a report on the news and the guy, a UFO was spotted today. And they laugh.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that with a passion. It's always on the last 2 minutes of the news broadcast.
Oh,
and
of course. They laugh.
always got
and they both giggle and
giggling anchors.
Little green
men. Yeah.
Yeah. Why is they always have to be little green men? They may be some tall fella,
always,
9 foot tall and white as a ghost.
They're always coming back from commercial too, and they go, "Well, it looks like someone might have caught the little green men from space."
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
right.
you know that's foolish.
As long as we keep making a mockery,
some good people who have come forward. I mean, one of the great things that I've seen. What about Gordon Cooper? I mean, that statement that Gordon Cooper, he was one of our first astronauts, man.
Not only that, but hundreds of military and hundreds of pilots and just the fact that they keep making it a joke in the mainstream media is just it irks me to know.
We have to
It
give
actually
it
shows
a try.
ignorance. It shows their ignorance,
sure.
you know, because they don't have any idea statistically what they're talking about. They don't have any idea that's from a statistical point of view, never mind whether you believe or don't believe, wear a tinfoil hat or not. The fact is, we can have as many as between 10 and 40 billion habitable planets in our galaxy alone. And there's trillions of galaxies.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a made-up number.
That isn't. I know.
This is real.
It's math, people.
Amazing number.
It's the real thing,
Because
man.
it
And
shows more and more, doesn't it, Mark, that so many of these suns out there have planets around them. So there, you know, there's we may not have detected one close enough at one around, you know, close, but it doesn't mean that there ain't one there.
Right.
So
Well,
you know, we don't know.
We did detect one close enough. I mean, we found one around our nearest star, Proxima.
Sure.
Proxima Centauri in the Alpha Centauri triple star system.
And then the new
Who
one.
knows? Mm-hmm. They think it's probably not habitable, but the bottom line is, okay, planets are more plentiful than stars in the universe, and that's literally what you come away from this thinking and realizing. So, I think that's kind of the talking point. And when you talk to the press, the only thing they respect is science. They don't respect you saying, "I had me a UFO encounter." Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't respect any of that stuff. They use that
well, they always interview the crazy ones. They always, you know, they may have had some interview and they go out to some farm. We heard you seen a UFO, sir. I sure did. It was out there in my field and molested my cow. Bessie's not doing good.
And then they talk to me.
Well, the funny thing about that is not only that they would have 3 different witnesses, but they would pick the one that's best for news. Best, right. I guess, for viewership or ratings. Not the one that's actually, if they're going to take the police officer that was on duty and saw it, but yet No, they take the farmer down there that was, doing meth or something.
Yeah, yeah, with his cow.
Yeah,
And
it's just
it does kill me. I mean, but we actually made the news here last week anyway. Channel 3 out of Las Vegas was doing a story on UFOs, and they had some interviews with some people. And they contacted me, the girl doing the story. They're about an hour before the darn thing and wanted to talk. And she was going live there in 1 hour. So I talked to her for a few, and she was kept in the loop. She loved this. I mean, it is cool, the satellite project. So she mentioned me at the end of the show, and put up a link. If you go to their story, there's a link to our Fine Line Labs website for it. And
awesome.
They were pretty, that was interesting. And they actually did an actual serious report. Huh. No laughing, no nothing.
Yeah, but you know why? Because you're talking about a satellite which is used for science. See, that's like with our UFOTOG 2 project.
Sure.
When you talk to someone about finding aliens, okay, or evidence of UFOs, they start to laugh and snicker until you say, yeah, but we're not looking for little green men. We're looking for gamma rays. We're looking for changes in the local gravity field. We're looking for magnetic changes. We're looking for bursts in electromotive force, EMF pulses.
We're looking for inconsistencies.
Yeah. We're looking for anything different from norm. And we're looking for the smoking gun. And that's what Dave is doing with Cubsat.
That's what we're all doing.
That's what we're doing with UFOTOG. Yeah.
That's pretty much what me and Paul are doing with the moon stream. We're looking for anything that doesn't belong, something that does something that it shouldn't be doing. And I should mention that Paul has got a beautiful picture right now. And I should mention also that in May, I cannot wait for you and Paul to get together, Mark, in May.
I'm looking forward to that.
Just because, just his talents on the telescope, and then you being an astronomer, I think it's just going to be absolutely awesome. And I will be recording as much of it as I can for anybody that wants to know, and I will try to sneak streaming Mark Studio on this channel. He doesn't know it yet, but I'm going to try.
I would love it. That would be fantastic.
Anyway, let's pay attention to the chat a little bit. I see Amanda is here, and of course she is, because Mark's here. Wink, wink, Amanda. And she was wanting to know about the Large Hadron Collider, how it works, what it does.
Yeah, somebody else asked about that too. The Large Hadron Collider is a very interesting device because, everybody was afraid of it. They thought it was going to destroy the world or whatever, or create a black hole. That's not what it was looking for. That's not how it works. And it's using such tiny particles that there isn't even a danger of anything, quote unquote, exploding. It's just they're smashing protons into each other is what they're doing. All right. And when you smash a proton fast enough, then the proton can be broken apart. That's where quarks and other particles were discovered, and the properties of such components of protons were discovered. And there may be some beyond that we don't even know yet. All right. But, this is the interesting thing is that by looking and finding these quarks, okay, then it brought to light another theory about further particles. And these particles are called hadrons. And that's exactly what the Large Hadron Collider is trying to classify and examine. All right. And hadrons are made up of quarks. So, and I think that when you look at what the Large Hadron Collider is doing, it's trying to help us determine what really is going into an atom, what makes up an atom. Not only that, what makes up a proton, and then in there, what makes up a quark. So, it just goes down and down, deeper and deeper and deeper. and so the Large Hadron Collider is, providing that information for us. Now, there is a fundamental particle that was discovered with the Large Hadron Collider. Some of you know it, and you might even say it in chat before I can even say it, but it's called the Higgs boson. Right? This particle is sort of a key particle because it helps, I'll say bridge the gap in our knowledge, because there's some things about the Higgs boson and what it does, what it relates to, that will allow us to tackle other problems very well and in a more unified manner. So the other thing is the LHC, the Large Hadron Collider, now is actually, doing more work, because they can actually start to uncover what dark matter is, all right, using the Large Hadron Collider. And that's something that is crucial. Now, hopefully, over time, we'll get some more answers, all right? But the Large Hadron Collider is an experiment. It's probably 100 years from now, we're going to look back and say, gosh, this was so crude. I can't believe we were slamming protons into each other.
Yeah.
Look, I make more hadrons in my chocolate milk, that kind of thing. Maybe in 100 years. But right now, we have to slam them in by accelerating them at high speed and smashing them together and then watching what they do.
But in all fairness, in 100 years, we can look back and say the reason why we know half the stuff we do is because of the experiments that went on at the Hadron Collider.
And that's exactly right. And that's like when we look back and we look back now at early attempts at doing certain science. We look back at Tesla's experiments. We look back at even Edison doing his experiments. Okay, when we look back at those guys, so just only that far back, and we look at the technology that came out of what they learned and what they thought they learned, we know that they were absolutely wrong about some of what they were saying, dead on accurate with some of the other things they were saying. But for the things that they were wrong about, they still managed to expose it so that we could refine it and really figure out what it is. And that's kind of what we're doing now for the future generations who say, well, they knew what they called it a quark. Really?
Right.
We cook our food with those now, whatever. It's like it's such a more.
He was a bartender on Deep Space Nine, wasn't it?
Right.
Quark.
That's right.
Oh, I did figure. I better tell you right now while I remember. It's Global Star.
Global Star.
Yes, Global Star, near space. They're communication links for cube satellites and stuff.
Very good.
I knew you'd remember it.
Yeah, I had to look it up. I thought, what in the world? I finally figured it out. Global Star.
And Amanda had a follow-up question as well. With the she said that Brian Cox, I'm guessing that's Professor Brian Cox,
Yes,
that
I know about
the Hadron Collider ruled out the existence of ghosts, and she said, how can the LHC tell that? And that is for Mark guessing.
I kind of know only a little bit about that, but I do remember that they were talking about the quantum levels and why, if you look at life at certain quantum levels, it can explain things. For instance, I'm not saying much, am I? But it goes like this. If you have a quantum view of the universe at hand, which we don't. We have ideas, but no real quantum view. We don't know the quantum view. We don't have a complete picture. But it appears that the reason they say they're ruling out ghosts, that's kind of a leap, is because they think that when, I'd say they, researchers that are looking at this, and I can get their names for you in the articles. Actually, I published it on my Facebook page like a month and a half ago. And that is that the idea is that when we die and we expire, the energy in our bodies is stored in certain places within our body. And these are in what are called the microtubules in the brain. And that represents a core part of us. Now, I'm not saying that I believe this, because this is just a theory that somebody put forth. But they said when you expire here, you start over in a parallel universe. That was their theory. Now, that's very comforting, but, there's no way to prove that. But I do think, based on a personal experience I had, that is probably the most correct thing I've actually heard. Because I was, I had an experience, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but And when I was working in my shop one night, or one afternoon, actually, it was 3:30 in the afternoon, okay? And I had been seeing like semi-transparent people. Now, I had brain surgery 28 years ago, and I thought this was just my brain just replaying things I'd seen before. I thought it was a medical anomaly, right? So for like 2 years, 3 years, I kept seeing things, people walking around that weren't really there. And I figured, darn it all, I've got to live with this stupid thing now. And it's probably just the, the brain injury where they had to do the surgery to, the impact of that area, whatever the effect on it, caused me to be replaying things I might have seen. And I thought that was true. So I just put up with these things. I even took medication to try and, dull my senses even, to attempt to just ignore these things because they were becoming very annoying. Now, that's really hard. I'm a science guy, so it's really kind of difficult to do your work and be a sciencey type guy when you're kind of dulled. So it's always been a problem. So anyway, I was working on this prop for one of our movies that we were doing up at Doug Trumbull's studio. And it was a great prop. I was having a blast. And it was 3:30, and all of a sudden, this semi-transparent dog runs into my shop and turns around like dogs do, and then sits down. Now, I couldn't really see his real shape. I mean, I could see only his shape, his outline. And it looked like a dog just by the way its gait was. And I said, I'm looking right at this thing on the floor, and it kind of looks like that creature, that water creature from the abyss. I mean, just without the specular reflection. That's kind of what it looked like. And you got to understand, I'm totally expecting that this is a medical issue. And I stand up and I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, wow, my brain really must have some circuits crossed to be like replaying something. I don't remember seeing the little dog or whatever this thing is. And I walked over to it and I could see that it had three-dimensionality on the other side. And then I'm like, wait a minute, this isn't making sense. And I was really getting kind of perplexed because to me it made no sense that I could see the other side. Because if my brain was only playing what it remembers seeing, it can't manufacture what it didn't see. And so unless I got up then, when I saw the real thing and walked over to it, that's the only way it would remember that. So I was in the middle of all kinds of confusion about what this was. And so I decided to just step where it was. And I stepped into the space it was occupying. It's the first time I did that. And when that happened, it just totally blew me up. Because what happened was, as I stepped on it, it got up and it ran out of the room. But it took my foot with it. And it took my foot, and it's like, I use an analogy. Just imagine a bungee cord being wrapped around the very bottom of your foot, the back of your ankle. All right, and then something running off away from you at high speed with that bungee cord, like an ATV or a something really powerful. You feel the increase of the force as it's pulling you like this really incredible rubber band. Then all of a sudden your leg just flings out from under you, and my leg flipped out from under me, and I fell right back on the back of my head on my shop floor, hitting my right shoulder on my workbench on the way down. And I have an injury to my right shoulder to this day from that. And I have no idea what this was. So I thought, wow, anyone else might call that a ghost. But I think this was actually, and I coined a phrase, which is I've seen all over the place now. I thought it might have been a parallel universe intersection, a PUI, kind of a thing. And it was like a bleed through of other life elsewhere. Because the way the dimensions work, technically you could see a parallel universe. And this was before, by the way, this was just before they announced, actually, that I think it was Cornell or one of the other big universities, they did a study that said, we think the Big Bang may have spawned more than one universe. And then a few years later, they did a study, again, different group, and said, yeah, we confirm that we think that parallel universes do exist, and here's how we think they're laid out. And they gave a whole mathematical argument for the layout. And so
there are theories about that as well. Like there's a couple different that are kind of on the same wavelength, but the theory that ghosts and whatnot are actually just you temporarily seeing another dimension coming through, like you said, existing in two places at once. And there's another theory that when you actually dream, that REM sleep is actually you seeing what is happening at that time in another universe somewhere, based on the infinite universe theory. Which is totally mind-blowing, too. Like, every time you're dreaming, you're actually taking a peek into another universe, what's happening with you somewhere else in time and space, which is just enough to blow your mind just by thinking about it. But it's actually really cool to think about.
It is, but there's absolutely no way to prove it. And you know what? This kind of stuff doesn't happen to me. I mean, I don't...
It does now.
It's not supposed to. I'm not a... I'm not like one of those woo-woo type UFO guys, okay? So when
third phase of Marc.
Yeah, right. Oh, don't even start that.
Oh man!
Don't make me come through this phone.
Yeah, don't. Yeah.
All right,
take on that one, Marc.
Take it easy there, Marc Cousins.
Third face of the key.
No, but it's an amazing story when you actually think about it. Like, something that you thought you were seeing actually manifest into the physical and actually had a physical effect on you.
Well,
is something really extraordinary.
It never became any more solid than anything, but I stepped on it and it ran away. And so when I finally stopped running around my empty shop where I was the only one going, "Did you see that? Did you see that?" to nobody there, okay, and realized how foolish I sounded with my sore shoulder, then I stopped and I said, "Wow, I think this was rudimentary communication with a parallel universe." Just rudimentary at best.
I mean, that what stuck there, and you're left with the stub.
Yeah, right. But it was really frightening, and it was actually amazing all the same, because like I said, this doesn't happen to me. This stuff doesn't happen to me. I hear these stories all the time and go, "Yeah, right." Okay, until it's you, and then it's like, wait a minute. So I figured, I thought for the last year I've been trying to. I tried to figure out, well, what happened to me? Maybe, was it something when I had that surgery? Did that just screw something up in my head, and what actually just happened was not even real?
Which is a logical way to go when you would first think about it.
Yeah, and when I went to a neurologist, I had 2 MRIs and a CAT scan, okay, to make sure, and the brain was fine. Nothing was wrong with it. That's my opinion and the doctor's opinion, but other people will tell you differently, that I'm dumb.
Yeah, we wonder sometimes.
Yeah, but so then I started talking to astrophysics friends, and I wonder, and they kind of said the same thing as me. They said, well, we do think that there's a possibility of parallel worlds, parallel universes, but don't tell anybody I said that, okay?
Yeah.
No, I wanted to ask you, Marc. I wanted to ask you last time. What do you think about the alien implant guy? I think he just passed away recently.
Yeah,
Wasn't his last name Lear?
Lear.
Yep.
What was his first name? Roger Lear.
Roger.
What do you think about that stuff that he was coming up with and the actual surgeries that he performed and whatnot?
Well, I saw samples in X-rays that purported to be samples from implants, but that actually brings me to a different story that happened to me, and my wife actually was witness to this, as well as my dogs at the time. Over the course of 3 nights, I kept getting awakened in the middle of the night by strange knocking on the roof of my house. Now, that was another house. I don't live in that house anymore. I couldn't. I had to move because this was just too much. And on the first night, it was knocking. I woke up and said, "What's that?" And then I went back to sleep. Second night, I woke up to knocking and said, "What is that?" And I got up out of the bed, and I went over to the room. I had 2 greyhound dogs at the time, and they were sleeping underneath an open window in the middle of August. It was a beautiful night. And I noticed that there were no crickets, no nothing. It was dead silent outside. It's never dead silent. I had woods all around, practically. So that was weird to me that I didn't hear any bugs. So I could hear the knocking up on the top of my roof. It was bum, 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 like that. And I was like, what is that? I said, is that a woodpecker with a brain tumor? So I leaned over I leaned over and I pushed my face against the screen to look up and out. And when I did that, I saw a brilliant white flash in my face. And in my brain, in my head, I heard a sound like a flashbulb pop. And I thought, it was like, and I thought, oh no, I've like had a stroke or something. And I just froze there. And I wouldn't move. I didn't yell, I didn't do anything. It just froze. Well, eventually my sight came back. It took about, I'd say, 30 to 40 full seconds, which is a long time when you're leaning over two dogs in a dog bed and holding onto the window and pushing your face against the screen. That's a long time. Well, anyway, when I finally got my sight back and was able to look down, I could see that my dogs weren't there anymore. And I looked for them, and one was hiding in the laundry in the closet in a laundry pile, and the other was outside the room, laying down, sitting like a sphinx, like a sphinx do. And they were looking in the room. And she was looking in the room. And I was like, what the heck? And they never slept under that window again, by the way, after that. They never went back under the window. I had to move their dog beds because they were sleeping out in the middle of the floor. They wouldn't go under the beds anymore, which were under that window. So that was the second night. And I went over to my wife who was sleeping, and I hit her, and I woke her up. And she goes, why'd you do that? And I said, just remember that I did that. Okay, because I just had something really weird happen. And I had trouble getting back to sleep, but I finally got back to sleep. And when I woke up in the morning, I got up and like nothing was wrong. Went to work, the whole thing. Didn't have my own business at the time. I was working for a consulting company. And I went, did my thing. And as I was about to leave for the day, I came home, and then didn't even think about what happened the night before. This event, right? This bright flash. And then when I walked in the door, she hits me and says, how come you didn't, why'd you hit me last night? I go, oh, yeah. And I explained what happened. I said, I can't believe I forgot about that. Well, then that night, that third night, that's when this thing happened, which was just amazingly frightening. It was terrifying. I was lying there and I woke again. But this time, I was in a frozen state. Now, I've had lucid dreams before. And I can tell you, well, I know about lucid dreaming. You wake up, you're kind of in a paralyzed state. So I was actually kind of enjoying it because I know that the body does it all the time. It's a normal thing. However, then I realized, wait a minute, I'm wide awake and I can't move and I want to move. I can't move. Wait a minute, I can't even move my eyes. I'm trying to look to my right at the window. It's another nice August night, the next night. And I couldn't even move my eyes. My eyes were fixed. And now I'm starting to panic. And I'm thinking, oh, I really did have a stroke. Oh, my gosh, I should have gone to the hospital, blah, blah, thinking all those things. And I could feel myself, like, getting into a cold sweat. And then I realized something else horrifying. I couldn't hear anything. My ears were, like, shut off. But in my peripheral vision, my eyes were fixed and looking forward. In my peripheral vision, I could see something cross the window. A shape crossed the window. And I thought, oh, good, maybe she's getting up and she's going to, notice that something's wrong with me. But it wasn't her. It was something, and it came right over to me as if the bed wasn't there. It walked over to me, and it had long arms, okay, and it moved something back and forth in front of my nose. It looked like about the size of a pencil, but it was white, and it was sort of translucently, and it was glowing, right, sort of a glowing rod. And it went back and forth, and then bam, it was morning. I was laying on my stomach and I couldn't breathe. And I pushed off the pillow and realized I couldn't breathe because I was literally lying in a pool of my own blood. Okay? It was frightening. And she saw that and she was like, what the heck happened to you? And it's like, I don't know.
Sounds like the plot of a movie.
No, this is, look, totally, like I said, this stuff isn't supposed to happen. And so then when I got up, I took a shower. I felt like somebody punched me in the face, and then I went to work and forgot all about it. And it took me 3 years, but from that day forward, from that event forward, I couldn't breathe out of my left nostril anymore. It was totally blocked. And I don't know why. And it took me 3 years to go to a ear, nose, and throat doctor. But when I did, I explained what happened, just like I said to all of you. And he laughed at me and said, "Oh, I'm sure it's not aliens." And I go, "Yeah, of course not. I'm just telling you what I experienced. I'm not. Of course, the jury's out. I have no idea what it was, and it could be entirely a medical anomaly. I totally agree with you." He says, "Well, give me a call in a week, and I will tell you what it is." He went up there and he said, when he looked up in there, he said, "Wow, you really do have something up there." He goes, "Let me see if we can get that out." And he managed to get it out. Numbed the whole thing up. He got the thing out, and he says that's the biggest polyp I've ever seen. He said it was supposed to be a nasal polyp. He says, and I looked at it and I said, "Can you just check the center of that thing?" He goes, "Oh, to see if and he laughed. He goes, "Shoot, the aliens put something in there?" I go, "I just want to know if there's anything in there." And
so in a roundabout way, you were trying to get him to kind of biopsy it to see what it was made of.
Yeah, and he did. He actually he sent it down to pathology. He said he was going to do that, which he did. And he said, "Call me in a week and I'll let you know." He says, "But I think it's just, it'll be just a benign thing, nothing to worry about." I went, "Okay, great." Week goes by, I call him, and I get on the phone to the secretary and say, "Hi, this is Marc D'Antonio." She says, "Oh, yes, the doctor wants to talk to you." I went, "Oh, no." I guess it wasn't.
Oh, no.
I guess it wasn't benign. After all, it's some kind of deadly, nasal head cancer or something like that. So he gets on the phone and he says, "Hi, Marc, or hi, Mr. D'Antonio. I just want you to know that it was probably just benign, nothing to worry about." And I went, "Did you get the pathology report?" Because they sent him down to pathology. He says, "Well, no." He says, "I got to tell you," he says, in the history of my office, the first time this has happened was with you." And he goes, "I set it down there, they signed for it, but they seem to have lost it." Oh, they lost it. I said, "All right."
Dun, 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 conspiracy.
And even then, I was just happy to hear benign, so I let it go at that. But a few years later, I went back to him, and he said to me, he goes, "Oh, you're the one that does the classified models for the Navy, right?" And I go, "Yeah, I've done a lot of work like that, yeah." And he shut the exam room door and he sat up on the exam table with me. Now that's really awkward. And he goes, "I gotta tell you something." I go, "What's that?" He goes, "I just gave up my top secret clearance this year." I go, "What? Hey, you're a doctor." He goes, "Yeah, I wasn't always a doctor." And he proceeded to tell me about an event where they cordoned off 1,300 miles in every direction in the Pacific and used a nuclear device to take down an enemy satellite or another country's satellite using a nuclear weapon.
Oh, lovely.
And they were tracking it or something like that. And yeah, and I said that violates all the SALT treaties. Remember the strategic arms limitation talks that the SALT and SALT II. I mean, those were very important. And he goes, "Well," he goes, "I'm just telling you what happened." I'm like, wow. And then I realized he heard when I was there last time with the nasal thing. He actually heard, he heard me tell him his story, and he dutifully reported it. And I think that somebody came and got it, and who knows, it might have been nothing.
Yeah.
But you know what? If you got that kind of clearance, you're obligated to report those things. So
Wow.
He probably did, but he gave it up. And had I told it to him then, I probably wouldn't have lost it. That last meeting.
And you should have had him cut it open right there in front of you. At least see what was in there.
I actually wanted to walk out of the office with it, but I couldn't because, I wasn't sure what I was walking out with. I had to make sure it was something benign, right?
Yeah. So it wasn't something
look,
bad.
That's weird stuff. It's weird stuff. I'm a science guy. This stuff doesn't happen to me until it does. And then it's like, man, I cannot tell you all the intricacies that are going on, especially from extraterrestrial life. I just know that based on the sheer number of exoplanets that we've found out there, we have between 10 and 40 billion habitable planets, like I said.
Say it. Say it right now. Does Marc D'Antonio believe there are aliens in our universe, not human?
I believe that there's alien life, as most scientists do, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
But if they're intelligent, well, that requires that they got here. If they're here, then the question is, how would they get here? And that brings up the whole next topic, right? Obviously, which is, interstellar
Warp drive or
transportation
whatever.
and propulsion.
Mhm.
And,
Well, we got Albuquerque, or however that's pronounced.
say Alcubierre or Alcubierre.
Albuquerque, yeah, that drive. I mean, it's a possibility theoretically.
That's right.
Actually, NASA put out that. Did you see that last week? That little thing they put out. It had to do with using that drive, building a ship around that drive, and it was a cool animation. And it showed it, and as it was going by you real slow, and you're seeing it coming out of space dock, it said NXS Enterprise. Yeah, and they were showing what it does, and then the folding of the space in front of it and all that. And they said that they could get to Alpha Centauri or somewhere over yonder there in 2 weeks with it.
Yeah,
So,
and actually the actual travel time could be as low as 5 days to get to Alpha Centauri, which is pretty good considering that it takes 19,000 years with conventional rocketry now if we were to try it. But
Right.
Yeah, but you know what? I keep on thinking about this, and maybe it's just me being stupid, but if we get up to the speed that we need to, even like a fraction of the speed of light, okay? Let's say 75% the speed of light, 80, 90%, whatever.
I know what you're going to say.
I do too.
Getting up there, what about slowing down?
Slowing down. I knew it. You was going to say that.
Well, here's how that whole thing works. Obviously, in a drive like that, with conventional rockets, we have to consider that in order to slow down, we have to use the gravity of the planet we're approaching to help, circularize our orbit around that planet we're approaching.
Right.
We have to
It's not like you can fire reverse thrusters, to slow down or anything.
But that's effectively, you're obviously exactly right. We have to figure out a way to slow the darn thing down, because, and in fact, with the Alcubierre drive, we aren't getting up to 75% the speed of light. We're going many times the speed of light. We're going superluminal, and that is in the normal universe. That's how it would appear. We're not breaking any laws. The universal speed limit is the speed of light. We're not breaking those laws. Okay? If we can put a warp bubble around our ship like this, then we're free to effectively pull the universe past us as fast as we can with no limit. So we can go as fast as we want. But the problem with that is between here and the destination, on the front end of that Alcubierre drive bubble is going to be a collection of very highly energetic particles that have been scooped up like bugs on a windshield all along the way.
Oh, yeah.
And as soon as you stop, they're all going to slough off at an immense explosion.
Not immense, absolutely epic end of times explosion.
Well, yeah, it would be funny because you'd be on your ship with your shipmates, and you'd be going to Alpha Centauri or Proxima Centauri, and just as you're coming out of the Alcubierre warp, you see the planet, and you go, "Oh, there's planets!" And then boom, the whole solar system is blown up, including the star. And you all go quiet for a second, just look at each other and go, let's just tell them there's nothing here, okay?
We saw it for a second.
How are we going to go back to Earth? Oops.
Tell them we didn't see anything.
Yep, nothing to see here.
Right, yeah.
Just a new nebula.
We got here and Proxima was gone.
Yeah, right. All right, so, are you boys ready to open up the floodgates?
Again?
Yeah, we got to do it. We got to do it because it comes up just so much, and I know there's people watching here that are just dead set on it.
Okay.
So let's entertain the flat Earth.
I was going to just say there is no flat Earth, and that's exactly what you're going to say.
Let's entertain the flat Earthers. Okay. Now, obviously, we all know the evidence for and against. Okay. So I'm not going to try to disprove flat Earthers, but I'm going to say give us the evidence for a spherical Earth per se.
Look on your screen.
Easy. The ocean. Get out in the ocean. You can only see, 12 miles without the curvature of the Earth blocking
that's
out
easy.
the line of sight.
Yeah, that's easy.
If it was flat Earth, the ocean would be poop flat. You could get out with a telescope in California and see, see Japan.
Or Connecticut. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Or across the U.S. or across anywhere like that. You cannot. It's because the Earth is round. It's easy to see. You look at all the other explanation to other stars, other planets that we look at, the moon itself. It's round.
The one thing I ask that to most flat earthers that I usually do not get a response, and I think this actually happened last night. Where flat earthers, and we actually entertained him for a little bit. We were actually, and he was very cordial, because we don't put up with, just flat earthers coming in and trolling. But he was very cordial. He was having a conversation, and we don't mind conversations or discussions about it as long as it remains that way. And I asked the guy, the one question that seems no flat earther can answer me is, what is the end game? Like, why would this be a big conspiracy to keep? Now, his answer actually surprised me. And this is the first time I actually heard of this, which is actually somewhat surprising. I guess a lot of people do. But he told me that the end game is they want to keep the flat Earth a secret because it is written that the Earth is flat in the Bible. Therefore, the government does not want you to know that God is real. Okay, this was the answer I got. I had to respect him a little bit because it went that far. And then I started thinking about it. I was like, okay, well, you can almost just write it off. But it was definitely a different answer than I've heard before.
That's great. That's a great comeback.
Well, they have to give you something that you can't really argue with because they know you can't disprove it. And they know they can't prove their thing. And they know they can be easily disproven about the flat Earth. I mean, when you look at what we saw with the moon right in front of us, okay, like right now, if you look on the screen now, except for clouds that come and go, you're looking at a ball that's partially illuminated. Now, the universe, the basic shape in the universe is a ball. That's a physical law that you can actually read about. Okay, it's the minimal shape required in the universe that actually can sort out the forces of gravity. Okay, as gravity is pulling from all directions, it forms a ball, and this is nothing for anyone to argue with. This is simply the truth. It's the way it works. I mean, you see it everywhere. All right, when we look at every other body in our solar system, we see a sphere. All right, when we look at every other body, so why is the Earth different? All right. Now they have to invoke some mystical reason why the Earth is different. But then they also have to explain why no one at the edge has ever called in and said, hey, there's nothing out here. There's a big edge over here. My dog fell off. How come there's none of those calls,
Yeah. Well, they just need to get in a jet, fly east, and come back around and see, oh, wow.
Well, we can pretty much agree that science is observation, right?
Oh, yeah.
So everything that we observe in planets or stars, anything that's over, say, 100 miles in space is round. There's a reason for that.
Yes.
And the Earth, it doesn't make the Earth any different.
Well, if something's a liquid, then there is no limitation on size. I mean, a water drop can be round, and is round on the space station. And the proof is when they actually showed video of them, depositing drops of orange juice right in the middle of the crew compartment on the ISS. And you watch these little blobs undulate back and forth.
Yeah, there's some good videos of that.
Yeah, and there's some really good video of a guy who put a GoPro camera in the middle of a giant water bubble. And you're seeing the water bubble from inside through the GoPro camera.
Oh, wow. Now,
very, very cool.
That would be. I seen the Alka-Seltzer. Would you see that? It was a big blob of water, and he put an Alka-Seltzer piece inside, and it got bigger, bigger, bigger. That's cool.
See, right. That's because of that, the law of minimal surfaces in action, and you can actually see that surface tension, working, and people don't understand that water actually has a cohesiveness. They don't see it on Earth, but they do every time they see a water strider insect on top of the water. All right. he's striding across the top of the water. Now, how he can do that without falling into the water is, of course, because of the little hairs in the bottom of his feet spreading out. And because of the surface tension on the water, he won't fall through. The same thing with when water up in the ISS.
Those are cool
outside,
thoughts.
the outside ball of that water bubble has a surface tension. And to break it is actually, it's easy, okay, for a person to just poke their finger in there. What happens next is really odd. When you poke your finger in there, all of a sudden you see the water reaching up his finger, okay? And if he's not careful, then that whole bubble is going to go right into his hand and form a big bubble around his hand, okay? Because that's the way this stuff works, because it wants to form a sphere. If you're poking your finger in there, there's tension against the finger, and now all the water is being pulled, again, absence of gravity, toward, not by gravity, but being pulled by the tension of the bubble itself onto your hand. So, that's why when you take a shower on the space station, you actually have to vacuum off the water. You can't dry off with a towel, all right? You have to vacuum the water off of your body, or else it's going to just redistribute itself. It's like it'll form a glistening coat on your body, because it tries to spread out and even itself off. It's such a cool thing. But it would be fun to just like take one of your friends, get them drunk, bring them up into space, and say, "All right, hey, take a shower and sober up." Take a shower, you can't dry off. What the hell, Be funny.
God, that would be a bummer, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
He's covered in a blob of water. Well, look at that spacesuit. Remember when they was out there and had that leak in the spacesuit a while back, about drowned? God, that was crazy, man.
Yeah, the cooling system or something was leaking, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was some sort of leak, and they never did find the leak that I know of. Never did. They looked and couldn't find it.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. We carry this little, turtle shell of Earth on our backs when we're outside in space, right? That's the only way we survive. On the moon, we had to do the same thing. Trouble was on the moon, okay, that lunar regolith, that lunar soil was actually so harsh. It was cutting through the spacesuits, and I think it was Schmidt. He was supposed to do a third moonwalk and go out of the lunar module and do a walk. I think it was Schmidt, and he couldn't go because the ankle area of his suit, the dust had cut through the outer coating and was down to the insulation already after 2 trips on the moon.
It's abrasive. That's what I heard. It's very abrasive.
It's like glass. It's little pieces of glass. Now, I recreated the lunar soil here. I actually had to do this for another show.
Oh, yeah, I seen that show. That's right. It was one of the NASA Unexplained, wasn't it, or one of them?
Well, this was actually for Aliens on the Moon, and it was an Aliens on the Moon. Aliens on the Moon was the name of the documentary, and they had me do all kinds of visual effects stuff. And when I showed them conclusively how some of the lunar anomalies they were calling mysterious really worked out because they were low angle light with no dynamic range on the film because it was scanned imagery from negatives. It's just, the blacks were really black. There was no detail in the blacks, that in the dark areas of shadow in some of these shots because they were shooting for the moon, which was not terribly bright, but bright enough that a shadow would be absolutely black, to the camera in order to make the moon look normal. If they shot for the shadows, the whole moon would be overexposed. So they shot for the bright areas, and when they wanted me to show them how this lunar quote-unquote bridge, really happened. They wanted me to say, hey, this is a real lunar bridge on the moon. It's 30 miles or whatever long, 70 miles long. And it's like an arch, and it's amazing. It's alien made. Well, I realized that was actually just an illuminated ridge between 2 consecutive valleys, and I showed them that. And then they said, after seeing all that and spending 2 hours, with me in my visual effects shop trying to, look at it, they said, you know what, that'll never get on the show. And I realized that's where they're going with this show, was down that path. But to do that, I actually created lunar soil. I made a soil that actually matches the abrasive properties. It matches the fine properties. It matches the static properties. And so you can actually create the very same things that a boot in lunar dust would create, and it would make the exact same thing, or fairly close. And I discovered too that it actually had quite a static issue. I mean, I would find that stuff all over everything in my shop after doing a little shoot that didn't raise a whole lot of dust. And I looked up the static properties to see if they were really that bad, and it turns out they were. When they got into the lunar module, that lunar dust was clogging up all their filters. It was everywhere, and it was amazing how much it had actually gotten around.
Amen.
So
I'm about to text Paul and see if he's going to shoot over to Jupiter anytime soon.
Oh, yeah.
Once the moon sets.
What about Orion's Nebula? Can you actually pick up the nebula any good with? Well, I'm sure it can, but with the
it's
camera.
kind of low now.
Oh,
yeah.
is it?
You might not be able to see it. It's kind of low.
Yeah, it is kind of early.
You would have had to have done that earlier in the night.
Yeah, it is early evening now. We're getting, almost summer. Yeah, getting there. Spring it is.
Yeah, but I put my camera on it. I got that Sony A7S II.
Yeah, your Sony.
Yeah, and that camera goes up to an ASA, which is the sensitivity like old cameras, ISO, ASA, and it goes up to a 409,000 ASA.
I know, it ain't that nuts. That's
And it
killer.
turns- Yeah, if you start a video and you go outside and you put up to 409,000, you can look into pitch blackness as if it's daytime and it's in color. I mean, it's wild. It's a night vision system without even trying.
It is amazing, watching Bill's Skywatch with his and stuff. It's always been great.
Right. And they are. I think Mark, you got that same camera, didn't you?
Yeah.
I
Or
do,
did you
yeah.
get the S2?
I got the two. He has the one he has the A7S. I have the A7S II. He can still go up to the high ASAs. The only thing that mine does, the figurehead thing that's different about mine versus his, is I store the very high res, what's called 4K video, on board. I can actually store that right onto the little SD card that's inside. He has to stream it out to get
stream it out, tether it to the computer.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have to do that, but that's okay. It's not enough of a difference. But I wanted to store 4K on the card because this particular camera is also light enough that I could fly this on my biggest drone.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I have a hexacopter.
Oh, it is small. That's right. It is small enough, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a big camera.
This camera also does Wi-Fi, total Wi-Fi operation. I've actually put the camera outside. It's cold here as heck. I put the camera outside on a tripod looking up at Orion. And I come in here, and on the iPad, I sit here and I do all the camera work. I take pictures. I change the ASA. I change the exposure, all that stuff right from here. And if I had a lens that was, I'm using my Nikon lenses on a Sony camera, and the adapter doesn't allow me to do telephoto and stuff like that. But if I had one of the Sony lenses like this, I could actually just do all the zooming and everything. It'd run the whole camera right from here. And once it's on the telescope, I'm going to have that on the telescope all the time.
You can do some long exposures. That'd be excellent.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't that be killer? That's what I've been trying to get Bill to do. He bought the T-ring adapter and everything a while back, and I've been wanting to get with him and set up some night, and we'll do some imaging with it.
And for folks that don't know, a regular camera trying to hook it up to a telescope, you need an adapter, and that adapter is called a T-ring that, is for your particular camera. Like a Nikon has a special T-ring, and it goes into a generic tube to stick into the back of your telescope, and now the camera can go right into the telescope. And most telescopes have a 2-inch barrel at the back. Most of the modern astronomical telescopes have a 2-inch barrel.
Hey, Mark, I just saw this comment come in the chat, so I got to ask you about it. Have you ever seen the documentary? I guess it's a documentary. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Where do I remember that? Yeah.
Man. Paul said that.
It's Paul Cawley. I think it's Cawley. He said absolutely proved we did not go to the moon.
Well, then I guess NASA and all the scientists and everyone that knows we did, all the people that worked on the space program, are wrong. And I think that in all due respect, Paul, and I see you said sorry, guys, but No, I mean, it's a it's a. I've never seen it, but I'd watch it. I'd watch it and see what they say. But I bet you, I'll just sit there writing down all the counter arguments like nothing.
You know what we should do is I should get permission from the producers of that to actually stream it here on the site with commentary.
Oh, we could do like Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Just about, and just go through it and then pause it.
Our heads.
Yep, and pause it when we have to make counterpoints and whatnot if we had to. But I do remember seeing that at one point in time. I don't remember much about it, but I have seen it before. But let's switch the topic real quick, and I want to switch it over to craters, because we get a lot of people pointing out stuff in craters, and a big one that we get all the time is Pythagoras, and as a lot of people call it, the big gun sitting in the crater.
Yeah, I know. Well, Mark, you've proved that one to be in just reflection before it, wasn't it?
I'm trying to remember if I did that one in particular.
I kind of thought I remember you doing that one in particular, but I'm not sure.
It's very predominant from our point of view at certain times.
Yeah, but if you're talking about the tower anomaly, is that what it is?
No, this one looks like a giant gun, like a giant laser beam sitting in the middle of a crater. It's up on if you're looking at it from a directional point of view, like a northwest, 10 o'clock from center area.
Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever, I don't remember that one, Dave. I might have done it, but I've done so many of them, I don't remember. I'm sorry. But as far as, a giant gun, you've got to ask all the obvious questions. Number one was the first question. Why? Number two, why? And number three, why? Why would there be a big gun on the moon pointing in a direction that is just...
Well, I mean, some people, they call it because it looks like one, but a lot of people believe it to be, a moon base. The moon base phenomena is going, has really taken off, especially this past year.
Yeah, that's why we're doing our moon project, is to answer this finally. We're going to send some satellites, do our own imaging, you can see everything live.
Well, I should say that I have no idea whether there is any moon bases on the front or back side. I mean, I haven't seen proof enough to prove that there are. There are some very interesting looking craters. And you know what, Mark, this would be a good time for you to go into detail about complex craters and
I was just going to say,
and why some craters look different and have the center in them, and why other ones are flat, and also why they all, from our point of view, look like they're all pretty much the same depth when we know they're not. But if you want to explain all that, I'm going to use this opportunity to let me be professional here and say take a pee.
Oh, okay. That's very, very professional.
Yeah, right. So I'll let you explain all that.
What I can do that.
All right, take it away, buddy.
So one of the problems that we when we look at the craters is that people always say that these are moon bases or whatever, and they see these central uplifts, these central peaks in a lot of these craters, and some of them are pretty weird looking, aren't they? Well, the central peaks are actually a well understood phenomenon that are the result of a certain crater forming from a certain size impactor, a meteorite, hitting the moon. And this crater is called a complex crater. There's simple craters, which are like bowl-shaped depressions, all right? And a bowl-shaped depression crater is usually from a small impactor that doesn't put a huge amount of shock into the strata of the moon. And that bowl shape is the result. But in a complex crater, you can have some very interesting features. Now, Pythagoras, for instance, has a really rugged outer wall system. When you look around the outside, it looks like it's almost like they're discontinuous rings around the central peak. And Pythagoras is, again, a complex crater. And a complex crater is formed in the following way. Meteorite hits the moon. It's obliterated by the impact. However, as the material is being pushed outward from the impact, some of it comes back and settles back into the center, all right, while everything is still flowing more or less like a liquid. It's not liquid at that point, but it could be, and still, when it comes back into the center, you get this this little peak that comes up in the middle, and that kind of, as the energy of the system is released from the heat and all that, that stuff just sort of freezes there. You can see this and recreate it. I've recreated it a number of times with using strobe lights to actually show the process in thick syrup and dropping ball bearings in. And you can actually see the complex crater that forms temporarily in the liquid surface. Now, the liquid surface doesn't freeze that way, but when you actually take like my lunar soil in a nice deep amount, you actually can create a complex crater with it. You can actually drop something in, watch the crater splash out, and boom, it comes back in the center, and you got yourself a peak. And you go, wow. And it's not exactly the same process because we're talking about impactors that are 50, 30, 20 miles across, 5 miles across. But when you have something that is that big, you get these central peaks like that. And the other thing you get is rings. And these crater rings are interesting. These rings that you see like in the Meridian shock basin there, you actually have these rings that are out from the central area. And those rings tend to be around 50% of the way out from the center. And it happens to be an area where material gets deposited as the ripple, so to speak, is flowing outward from the impact. And that craters also have these terracing, like terraces around the central peak as well. Pythagoras has the very same thing. You can see them. They're not like perfect rings. Pythagoras has all these discontinuous little portions of arcs, ARCS, arcs of these rings that you see, these segmented arcs. That's all part of that process, and it's all part of this of the nature of these impacts. So, craters can look a variety of ways. Now, as far as the depth of these go, they may look all the same depth, but they're certainly not. Bowl craters can be anywhere from, a single meter deep to hundreds of meters deep. But the other problem is that complex craters now usually have a flat bottom of the crater, and that's not because of anything other than the fact that that crater filled in with settled material, and some of it was molten, because after the impact there was a molten rock was created, obviously in the melting. So you look at Plato, you see the very same thing. Plato, which is not visible right now, right? But Plato, when it's visible, you'll be able to actually see that Plato has a flat bottom, and a very nice flat bottom apparently. However, when you go to the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter site, make sure you go to Quick Map. That's all one word, Quick Map. And Quick Map will actually show you the moon, and you can zoom in all the way down to a half a meter per pixel. It's just an incredible resolution on the moon. And,
wow, that is half a meter, really.
Yeah, and at those in most places, yeah. And you can also set an overlay for the We Didn't Go to the Moon folks for the lunar landing sites. And you can literally see the rover tracks. You can see the experiments sitting on the moon. You can see the descent stage.
That's our goal with our Cubsat that I've been discussing,
right,
with, is the resolution. We have to be able to prove that so everybody can say, oh, okay, maybe we did go and see, I want to see a booger on a rock. There is, we're going to do this. We're going to, that's what all this is all about. We're putting together a space program so everybody can, get this answer.
That's right. You're doing it from orbit, and we're doing it from the ground. You're going to cover the world with your orbit, and we're going to do it from the ground and cover it with your Earth's rotation.
Yeah, our backer that is a very wealthy individual that may come on, and that would be great. Good. We're just going to end up running quite a few different space projects and doing it for everybody that's really interested, because the Moon Project, wow, I mean, that'd be fantastic. And see the backside, that I'm interested. Sure, I've seen other things backside, and people don't realize when they look at it, it's so much different than the front side because it's bombarded.
Yeah.
It's because it's facing away from Earth, and the gravity is, and everything is coming towards it, and it always gets our impacts. It's blocked us many times from impacts.
That's right. That's why the dark side of the moon, as they call it, which is just
it ain't, but
the side we can't see is more realistic. The bottom line is that the inner side of the moon facing us is not going to get any impacts that didn't go by the Earth first.
Right.
So if they didn't hit the Earth, they're going to hit the moon from this near side. The far side, you're right. That side is the sacrificial lamb. That's the side that gets
Sure is.
pelted. And that all happened 3.8 billion years ago or so during the era of bombardment. Now there's still meteors hitting the moon and the Earth to this day.
Yep,
but nothing like happened back then. The large Maria, the flat seas that you see on the moon now, the darker gray areas, those are areas where lava melted out from impacts and just overspread the moon. You can see partially filled craters that are filled with lava. Now, over multiple impacts over billions of years, the areas that look like they're just gray solid surface are actually pulverized dusty surfaces. And that's one thing about moons and so forth. There's no solid rocky surface. It's all under a huge layer of pulverized regolith,
dust,
lunar
and
soil.
to dig down, and it'd take a lot. Imagine drilling.
You got to get down. You got to get down to the lunar bedrock. Yeah.
Yep, it would be interesting, and they just wonder, why are there so many craters? Why ain't the Earth like that? It's because of our protective atmosphere. Most of the small meteors and stuff get burned up before they hit. Sure, we have some impact sites on Earth, but nothing like the moon because there's no atmosphere. And poof, little ones, a baseball size, poof, makes a small crater.
They can make their way. You're absolutely right. And then when you look at, impact basins like Paul just zooming into now, this impact basin, you can see the outer rim. That was a large impact, okay, that got filled with lava from that impact. And, of course, that sends shockwaves through all the way to the other side of the moon, all right? And when you look at the surface of the far side, you actually see the shock waves have come through and make strange ring patterns where they come out. So these shock waves get through the moon, and these kind of impacts are really interesting, Now, when we talk about the cratering process, again, you just have to remember, look at the sheer number of craters here, and this is on the near side. The far side's even more pelted, and that, like I said, during the era of bombardment, where the Earth and the moon were absorbing multiple impacts, yes, we have an atmosphere, but we also have tectonic plates. So, and a lot of the things that happened on the moon, you see a record of what happened, and they didn't get washed away. There's no erosion. We have an atmosphere. Right. And erosion gets rid of impacts. Right. So the little baseball-sized ones, we could have probably got hit by tens of billions of those. But we, didn't, the ones that made it to the ground, those little impacts got filled in and, eroded away over time because of our erosion that we have. So there's plenty of factors to get rid of craters here on Earth, all right? But then you have, the meteor crater in Arizona, an arid area, right? East of Flagstaff.
I've never even been up there
25 miles
yet.
east, you got Meteor Crater, okay?
Never been there yet. I don't live but a drive from here.
Yeah, well, I haven't been there either. I've been to Arizona every month of the year, and I want to live out there. Hopefully in the next year or two. And so, the whole point is that, out there, it's a very different erosion mechanism. It's not the same as it is elsewhere, where there's lots of rain and lots of snow and lots of, water flow. You don't have the same actions in effect out there. You used to, but the climate changes. The climate has been changing on Earth ever since both of us were children. The climate's been changing, and that's not going to change either. Earth is a volatile, changing place. And an interesting fact, by the way, that is kind of disconcerting, is that Earth is not in equilibrium. If Earth was in equilibrium with the rest of the planets, that is to say, if Earth was in equilibrium as far as its own development, I should say, then we wouldn't have an oxygen atmosphere. The oxygen is causing disequilibrium. It's causing the planet to be thrown out of equilibrium. And because of that, we survive. And you can thank the plankton as the major oxygen producers on the planet, along with the rainforests, secondly. But, oxygen is really kind of a interesting substance because it's likes to bind with everything. It loves to catalyze reactions. It loves to go into compounds. It loves to be, mated up with other minerals and become a new mineral. So it's pretty cool that the Earth still manages to make an abundance of oxygen, even though every single day it's being bound up in new materials all the time. So we still have enough, and that's crazy for it to
We
be
love
in
our
that
oxygen.
disequilibrium. Well, the disequilibrium is going on now for about 2 billion years, so I think it's going to last a little longer.
A little longer. We hope.
It will. It will.
Yeah.
But what's the up in Manicouagan? The Manicouagan Reservoir is an impact crater up in Canada, and that is an impact crater that actually filled with water. Eventually, it might be totally subsumed and eroded away over time. I mean, glaciation didn't destroy it. And glaciers came and went, and it was still there, but probably filled with water because of them. So it's really interesting how the planet is working and doing this stuff. And now, when we look under the Yucatan and we see the Chicxulub impact from they used to call the KT boundary, the Cretaceous Tertiary. It's actually the Paleogene boundary. They changed the name, whatever. But they actually found that one only because of geologists trying to prospect for oil, and they found these strange shapes down there that showed the Yucatan impact. That's how we know that it actually occurred and where it occurred. It actually, it just occurred in basically the Gulf of Mexico, just off, and off the Gulf. And so
Yucatan Peninsula right there, right?
Yeah, it's south of it. Yep. It's actually it's sort of embedded in it. It's kind of half in the water and half on the Yucatan. If you look at the actual studies, it's really cool because this is a record of what happened here on this planet, and we evolved differently because of that incident. Now, you know this. We've had 5 extinction events on our planet. 5. I mean, that's a huge number of extinction events. And each time, on average, more than 80% of the life was wiped out, And the fact that something came back shows the tenacity of life. And it also shows that life really, as Ian Malcolm, Jeff Goldblum as Ian Malcolm in Jurassic Park said, life will find a way. Now, and I think that's a very prescient statement. It makes a lot of
evolved since that last extinction event. Look what has evolved.
Exactly.
We're in space. We're cruising around in space,
and the universe is 13.8 billion years, right? So now, when you consider that 13.8 billion years old, when you consider that, we as hominids, bipedal hominids, have only been around for 4 million years, if you want to go back to Australopithecus africanus, Lucy, the Lucy fossil. That was the first one that seemed to be us. And you know how they always say that, there was that missing link?
Yeah.
They couldn't find the missing link to link, Australopithecus africanus with, Homo erectus or whatever that later on. And, well, they found the missing link, and that actually, or Homo habilis. And they found that missing link, actually, a couple of years ago, and they announced it. So now we no longer have a quote-unquote missing link. There is now, they call it a transition fossil. There's a transition fossil between Lucy and Homo habilis. It was one
transition fossil.
That's right. It was a transition animal because we were just basically saying, well, and we think something goes here. Okay, but now they found the something that goes here. And then so little by little, you see, we're filling in our history. And the only other thing that we don't know is, that we don't know, actually not the only other thing, but one of the things we don't know is our own history on our planet. We don't know what happened, back during the years when the dinosaurs were in existence, and after that, we have a good idea where we can find fossils. We get an idea. We don't know how many Tyrannosaurus rex, for instance, there were. We don't know how many Dimetrodons there were. We suspect that we find fossils that show them, and we know, oh, well, we had, 3 or 4 here, and we found a nest of, little babies that died here, probably in a flood, okay? But we don't know, for instance, how much they shaped the world, how much they affected the history of the planet. We just know kind of what existed. It's like trying to decipher the moon by looking at it through a telescope, right? There's not a whole lot you can get beyond a certain point. You can't tell what the moon's made of by looking at it with a telescope that looks at regular light.
Touch. We need to touch it.
Or you need better equipment. You need other kinds of science gear.
We need to touch it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We gotta touch.
So Keith,
this
come here, man, so I can touch you.
Everything come out okay, Keith?
Oh, yeah, I've just been kicking back listening. I've been kind of
okay.
I've been kicking back here
wondering.
listening.
I thought he fell in and was going to have to call out 911.
That's okay. It's all right.
No. Sometimes the number 1 turns into a number 2, but today it's the number 1.
Yeah. Well, I noticed that, you all were talking earlier about that shot that SpaceX is going to send a couple people around the moon. Did you read that NASA statement? If you go to NASA itself and read the statement they stated on this, if you read between the lines on that, they aren't going to allow them to do it.
Really?
Yeah, they're not going to allow.
Nobody owns the moon yet, so
it's not that. It's not that.
Is it about air permissions?
No contractual obligations with NASA for space station, and they're sending people out. Yes.
You know what it might be?
You have to read that and read between the lines a little, and you see they ain't happy about SpaceX saying this, and they may not let them do it.
I think I know what you're talking about. That
it's like a non-compete.
The network of ground stations to take all the downlinks of the data coming back and the communications, that stuff might actually be NASA equipment. And so maybe the whole idea is that NASA doesn't want to get involved with
that's part of it, I would say. And the other was contractual obligations for every one of their launches needs to be going to the space station or taking their people up. No other launches and play launches. And it's you'd have to read the statement. And I did not like it. When I read it, I sit there a minute and I thought, I don't think they're going to let them do this. You have to go to NASA itself and read they say the NASA statement on the SpaceX announcement. You have to read that, and I just don't think that they're going to let them do it. I was amazed at the way they worded it. So I think we'll see.
Well, we'll see, but I bet you, Elon Musk would have. He has a little pull. He can probably, give the head of NASA, a Tesla, top of the line, and say, here, we'll give you this car, and just let us go. I'm joking, obviously, but clearly there'll be some kind of fallout. There'll be some kind of politics in the background, obviously. Let's hope that this one will never, that this will never happen, but you never know. I mean, I think that if anyone can pull it off, Elon Musk can, because he's actually a technology entrepreneur. All right, and I have a feeling that he will actually be able to pull this off like no one else can.
Well, did you watch that? Was it the History Channel? That Mars that they had that series going on, Mars.
Love that. Yeah, I watched.
I watched everyone do, and I loved it.
Yep.
But Elon Musk was a big part of that because it was cool how they went back and forth. It talked about, the really being able to do it, and then they go to them then and back and forth. And Elon Musk, he is a trailblazer in this. And
well, he has to have a role. He played a role in that show for a reason that I think is pretty clear. and you may agree with this, both you and Keith, I think that his role was to familiarize and habituate the population to the fact that we can go to Mars. He wants to make it sound like it can happen, we can do it, and here's how we'll do it. And that's why that's what the series is all about.
That and gaining influence through optimism is one of his best qualities. Because it's not like he's not questioning it. He's saying we can do it, and this is how we're going to do it. Even if everything doesn't quite line up, he'll adjust it as he goes along. You know, as the more and more we learn, the more and more he's exchanging, of course, with NASA scientists and whatnot. But he gets a lot of backing support through the optimism that he shows for what we can do, what we're capable of.
That's right. That's right.
I except for opening a door on the series, that guy opened the door. Everything flew out and dead. They need to. I hope they're going to continue and do a season 2 of this because I really liked that. And I wanted to see how it went. You know, I guess we all kind of do how it turned out. They blowed the place half to pieces. You know, and
well, they actually showed that we can live on Mars, but you got to remember Mars is a dangerous place. You know, it has a fraction, and I mean a fraction. Of the atmosphere of the Earth and the
I'm sure that we could get accustomed somewhat, and I wouldn't say to that because that's like what 30 to 60,000 feet. I mean, that's crazy atmosphere. You know, ain't much, but I bet you could gradually reduce the atmosphere in your habitats and get used to being at a higher altitude gradually, even higher into the 20,000 is probably because we can go up to Mount Everest, and that's at 20-some thousand feet. People actually do it. So you could gradually get used to it where it wouldn't be so hard to pressurize your habitats and spacesuits, and it would be better. I'm sure we couldn't open up our helmet on Mars without sucking our eyeballs out. But
well, just to give you an idea of what you're asking humans to do, right? There's units of measure for pressure, but I'll just give you these numbers just so you can kind of see the differences, okay? Because these are numbers that people can understand, I think. Mars has, in units that are called pascals, Mars has a surface pressure of about 600 pascals. Now, that corresponds to 0.087 psi, okay? That's 6 millibars. In other words, to anyone out there who's familiar with weather and stuff like that, that's not the Earth's pressure. The Earth's sea level pressure is 101,000 pascals. All right, and that's 14.69 psi. Now Mars is that's 14 pounds per square inch that you're familiar with from school, right? They tell you 14 pounds per square inch pressing down from your atmosphere. Well, Mars has 0.087 psi. So that's quite a difference. And I think that over time, maybe through natural selection and evolution, if we can evolve to live in the atmosphere we have, I mean, we have 15 pounds of pressure, 14.7 actually pounds of pressure pushing down on our body from all sides, squeezing us like crazy from all sides. Yet we're just fine because we're used to that. We were born into it, evolved through it, But if you go down to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, or if you go down to the Titanic's resting spot, you have 6,000 psi on your body at Titanic. And at 6,000 psi, we are not used to that. We're only used to 14.7. Now, if you could breathe liquid oxygen, if you had a way to breathe liquid, as some of the Navy programs did, okay, with super saturated glycerin solutions, they can actually breathe a liquid that was highly saturated in oxygen. Now, your body, the only thing that it has air in it are your lungs. Your brain is full of water. There's no air gaps anywhere. Your eyes aren't full of air gaps anywhere. So you could actually go full ocean depth if you just had a way to keep your lungs from collapsing. Breathing a super saturated oxygen mixture could do it. So you could just drop in the ocean if you had a liquid breather helmet on, and just go down to the bottom of Marianas Trench, and you'd be just fine. Okay. but your sinuses would have to be filled with this liquid. Your ears, beyond the eardrum, would have to be filled with this liquid. Your lungs, of course, would have to be fully filled with this liquid, or else you would get some serious pain at like just 200, 300 feet. So, so adaptation is something that we could do. Now, I don't think someone trying to breathe water could actually evolve back into an ocean-going creature. I think that our lungs are developed this way, and it's through mutations that are selected for better survival rates that things happen to creatures, and that's why creatures on the Earth have developed as they have. The reason we're land dwellers is because we came out of the oceans at one point. Now, we know that, and there's a special reason why we know that, among many. One of them is that we have a lot of liquid within us, don't we? We're a water being. We're reduced to a few pounds of chemicals if we're with no water, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we have a salinity. We have a salty taste to our skin. We actually have basically our skin encloses a vestigial ocean in all of us from when we came out of the water all those millions of years ago. You see, it's a really evolution of the human body is really interesting. We actually carry a little ocean around with us everywhere we go.
Yeah, that's cool when you think about that.
Is.
Now,
yeah.
Now I'm going to have nightmares.
Yeah, and then when we go to space, we carry a little bit of the Earth's atmosphere on our backs so that we can survive in space. It doesn't mean that we could ever evolve to a being that can handle being in a vacuum without some kind of protection. It's possible that we could engineer a being at some future point if we were into that and we were able to do that. And perhaps that's what alien beings, the Greys, are. Maybe they're biological robots that have been engineered simply to be space travelers and to carry out.
I've heard that theory right there before.
Yeah, maybe from me, because I've been saying it a lot, but I'm sure other people have said it. Yeah, but it's a pre-programmed. It's a pre-programmed thing. Maybe that's how they operate. I think that's pretty cool, and I think the opportunity to explore that, both with the Cubsat and the UFOTOG, if we can actually find this smoking gun, and it's something that I call the skid marks of an alien civilization.
Right. With our our little detectors and things, along with your stuff.
Yep.
Heck yeah.
Yep, I call them skid marks, and I say that these are, the signs within our known universe, our X, Y, and Z moving through time, our dimensional space. They're the signs of perhaps another civilization that's utilizing advanced propulsion that's not flying around within our X, Y, and Z, not within our dimensional space. And that transition in and out might leave gamma rays and certainly Hawking radiation. That's another one that's big. The only problem is Hawking radiation detectors are kind of expensive. And you wouldn't be able to fly one unless it can be miniaturized. And we wouldn't be able to put one on a platter unless we can, one of our UFOTOG platters, unless we can come up with the money to actually build one of those. But looking for gamma rays is pretty much just as good, because a gamma ray burst is also theorized actually with somebody using an advanced propulsive concept. So it's possible, and I don't know whether anything will come of this. And I'm not sitting here saying that the universe is definitely populated with alien civilizations that are highly intelligent, but I believe that it's very possible and even likely, based on sheer statistics alone. 10 to 40 billion habitable planets in our galaxy, as I've mentioned twice already. And then we have billions and billions of galaxies, or as Carl Sagan said, we have billions and billions of opportunities.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It does sound like him. Yeah, he wasn't much of a believer in the old... that's right. I wanted to ask you a question. Yeah, thought about that earlier. radio astronomy like SETI, listening out there. What SETI, they may want to turn their stuff towards this new find, the TEPIST system.
TRAPPIST, yeah.
Yeah, but they're listening in the craziest darn frequencies. It's just in the hydrogen thing. What if they're watching TV? UHF, EHF, radio, COP radio, 900 megahertz,
Well,
this and that. We're sending stuff out all the time, just like in the movie Contact.
That's right. That's right.
And why in the world can't we just listen to some of the other stuff instead of this goofy stuff that SETI does? I mean,
Well, I think the point of SETI is that if you look at all the noise and all of the static that the universe makes, it makes the least amount of chatter on the 21 centimeter neutral hydrogen band.
Yeah, I know.
And that is why SETI picked that. And the reason is because they figured, well, if we notice this, maybe another civilization noticed this and might have been sending out messages on that neutral band where nothing much exists. And so they might make themselves detectable by doing so. So SETI's a kind of a gamble, isn't it?
Yeah, but are we putting out that frequency? Saying hi on that ourselves? No.
No.
That's right.
But that's okay. That's right. No, I understand. But the thought process is that an advanced species who is trying to look for another civilization, might bank on the fact that civilization, who also doesn't utilize the 21 centimeter band for anything critical, might also listen on that band. I think that's that is the actual mentality going on. And there was a time in years past when I actually thought that SETI was not going to get anywhere. I thought SETI was just bogus. I was doing the SETI at home. I had 10 computers.
I used to do SETI at home forever.
No, I had 10 computers. I had 9 of them doing SETI at home, and I actually got some good, some good little hits here and there.
Yeah, it's fun to watch little things and stuff.
Yeah, but I think that my current thinking is that I believe that it's a noble cause. I think that we would be myopic, short-sighted to actually pick one technique. In other words, find exoplanets with, say, industrial pollutants in the atmospheres, we would be foolish to try to just use one thing. We should use every possible method to detect them. Everything from, SETI
to
Cubsat. Cubsat, that's right. Yeah. I was getting there. And
oh my God, I finally have a question. After listening to this, could SETI possibly be used as a almost like a secondary confirmation? Like, say we send up James Webb or something, and we see, let's say, like those 3 planets that we found over in the TRAPPIST. Mm-hmm. Does it make sense to point listening devices towards there to see if we can detect anything, like almost as a secondary confirmation, like, oh, there's definitely more of a possibility here?
You know what? That's absolutely true. And I think that if there is beings that are on any of the TRAPPIST-1 planets, they're going to have a pretty unique situation there, as I'll explain in a moment. But yes, I mean, that is a great confirmation. For every exoplanet candidate we find, we call it a candidate until it can be confirmed. How is it confirmed? Well, if they see that the light curve, that a little bit of the light was stolen away from the star's light coming to us, they think, oh no, hey, that might be a transiting planet, a planet going between us and that star that's causing the light of the star to dim a little bit. And if that's the case, then we have to do something else to confirm it, a different process. And sometimes that process is called a radial velocity study. They study the speed of the star coming toward or away from us, because if a planet's going around a star, it's going to be pulled slightly by if a planet's going around a star, that star is going to be pulled slightly by that planet. As it goes around, it's going to pull the star.
The wobble effect, right.
It's going to be like a little bit of a wobble, right? It's going to be like they're going to rotate around a common barycenter. Often that barycenter, that center of rotation, is usually inside the star itself. It's a very small amount of movement. However, you'll see that the spectral features in the starlight are going to shift routinely toward the blue end of the spectrum when the star is coming toward us, and then toward the red end of the spectrum as the star is going away from us. That minute shift, which we can very precisely detect, that minute shift is the confirmation that's used to tell us that the transit was real. So they take two things, they take these two data points, along with many more, they make many more observations, and then they say, okay, we saw the transits, and then we actually confirmed this with the radial velocity study. So that's how a candidate actually becomes a full planet announcement.
So you think that that TRAPPIST is now high on SETI's to-do list, per se?
I would say not necessarily. And the reason I say that is because you have to look at the physical constraints that are put on these planets because they're so close to the star. Mm-hmm. Every one of these planets, all the way out to, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, all the way out to H, are well within what would be the orbit of Mercury here at our sun. So they're very close to the star. That induces certain characteristics on the orbit. The planets themselves are probably all tidally locked, meaning they all have the same thing going on with them that the moon has to the Earth. One side of the moon always faces the Earth. Well, one side of the planet is always going to face its star. There's going to be a permanent dark side and a permanent light side. Now, there's many theories about how a species may arise on such a planet. There's certainly, if there's water, there's certainly going to be tides, because you have a very complex tidal pool structure that's going on with all these planets interacting with each other gravitationally, plus the star interacting. So you're going to have a lot of that weird interaction going on. So there won't be, you'll get tidal pools. But
well, here's a crazy question. Yeah. And this might be a totally stupid question, as I'm not an astronomer. Is it possible for planets that are that close to actually, say, like a smaller one of those planets get caught up in the orbit of one of the bigger planets, but yet both of them are orbiting that sun? Almost like it almost gets attached to another planet, kind of like our moon is, and actually are going around and orbiting that star.
Well, that's not a dumb question at all. That's actually a very intelligent question, Keith.
I'm smart.
You are. If you think about it, okay, we don't even know whether any of these exoplanets we've found have moons of their own, do we? We found big Jupiter-sized planets, but we can't tell the micro movements of that planet and see if it has moons of its own. We don't even know. So it's possible that some of these planets are actually binary planets. They might actually be two planets going around each other. We don't know whether it's just... That would be very cool.
Like imagine two habitable planets, just saying, I'm not saying that they are, but imagine two habitable planets orbiting one another, going around the same star. That would just be insane. Especially if they're relatively the same size. Like one might be a little bit bigger just to hold the orbit, but
yeah,
it'd be really out there.
There are certain constraints that will either affect that negatively or positively. Now, they can't be too close, or else then you will have one planet get into what's called the Roche lobe of another. Now, the Roche lobe is an area around the planet where if you get too close, the planet can be broken up by the differential gravity from the other planet, affecting the near side of it and the far side. It would rip it apart, and it would form a ring, like Saturn. Saturn had something else very close to it at one point, most likely, and it was broken apart because it was within Saturn's Roche lobe, and so it ended up breaking apart. That's something that we, may have had.
It's got a pretty Roche lobe.
It really does. The Roche lobe is just that area, like I said, where the gravity becomes too much for a spherical planet to remain intact. And over time, that planet would break up. Because even Europa and Enceladus at Saturn and Europa at Jupiter, as they go around Jupiter, they're far enough away so they're not, anywhere near the Roche lobe. But, Jupiter does have a ring, by the way. and Europa at Jupiter is being constantly flexed like putty, And that's why Europa has water on its interior. That's why the interior is probably warm. There is a leftover residual radiation from formation that's in the core of that planet, most likely.
You know what, Mark? Mark, I'm going to hold you right there just because I want to get into Jupiter and Saturn here in a couple minutes.
Okay.
I just want to tell a couple things to people in the chat. Number one, Paul, if you're listening, check your phone. And number two, let me jump down here and just give some shout outs to the active chatters.
There's a number of them. They're great.
Yeah. So let's see who we got. So let's say hi. Let's just go right down the list here. We got American Citizen and Anthony Ryle. And Science Camille is back again. Of course, Dave Shock is in there and with us live.
Amanda.
David Scott and Dear. You know what? I'm not even going to try that one again because I never can pronounce it right. So D, welcome back. Derek is hiding around somewhere. Amanda, of course. Helma and James Vaughn. And, of course, my love Jenny and Jim Lovell and Jim Perry and Mick V and Nancy W and Patrick Devine and Pete Gabries. Hope I'm saying that right. And Rainbow Bell and T-Mac and Ted Bronson. Those are the ones that I have as active participants right now. If I missed you, I'll probably get you later.
You couldn't say Deirdre's name?
I you know what? It's either Deirdre or Deirdre.
No, Deirdre.
I don't even bother. She had this when she first started coming to the channel. I had a hell of a time just trying to figure that out, and it's so stupid. I know I could probably get it, but I just it's just a running joke basically.
It's fun. I
just call her D. But I have a text into Paul, and I'm wondering if he is going to shoot over to Jupiter once the moon sets, and I'm just waiting for him to give me the answer back or not, whether he's going to.
Well, I'm starting to notice on the moon. I'm starting to see what's called a little bit of chromatic aberration, where when you look at the
that's
edges
me.
of craters.
That's me.
Oh, you're making some chromatic aberration?
Yeah.
Oh, shame on you.
You want me to make it go away? I added a little color to it. I added a little green tint to it.
Well, I'm going to have to get because I got to cook dinner still. It's like 8:30 here. I still have.
It's gonna be losing Dave.
Yeah.
Right, Dave.
Yeah.
I do appreciate you stopping by and clearing some things up. If I can ask you a favor though, if you want to go to that video that we posted on the channel, and there are some questions on there that we didn't get to. If you just want to answer some of those people. And just, because there were some really valid questions in that thread.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's right.
And if anybody wants to see what they're up to, Dave, you want to give the website address again or any ways to contact you if anybody knows anybody that wants to help or contribute. I know there's still funds. I mean, the more funds, the better, obviously. Even if you, obviously you got the funds that you need. And
it looks good. We still, can always use donations from people. Yeah, that's great. Because every dollar counts. Especially when you're doing the space stuff. I mean, every dollar counts. Gosh, and but yeah, if you can visit finelinelabs.com, and you'll see the link for the space that will take you to that. And I will try to answer them questions coming up. That's right.
Yeah, so if you guys have any questions that we didn't get to, you can actually go over to that video. I'm sure one of the mods can post a link in the chat, and you can go ask your question in there about it, and Dave will be looking through it in the next couple days or so. And
I sure will. I'll take care of that, Keith. I sure will. Yeah. Thanks, everybody, for coming. And then we also have a fellow Ohioan. That kid has said hi a couple times here. Jim Perry. There we go. Jim Perry. He's in the chat. He lives in Camp. He posted, and I grew up around Dayton.
Okay.
Wow. Rich Hoffman. Yeah, Rich Hoffman's from Dayton too. We both grew up around Dayton, near Wright-Patterson. Gosh, I grew up at Wright-Patterson all the time. Mm. And I had a friend that worked there, Wright-Patterson, as a subcontractor. So, used to see that all the time. So I got a couple good stories on that one.
Awesome.
Actually, let me tell you that one before I go.
All right.
A buddy of mine, he was a subcontractor. This is a funny story, too. Subcontractor there at Wright-Patterson. He's an electrician. He was working there one day on the base, one of the older areas of it. But he was working there, and he was asked to go into a room to clear out some stuff because he wasn't doing no electrical work at the time. Sure, he's gonna go in. Well, he had this Amish or Dunkard fellow. They're like Amish, similar to Amish, but they're a little more modern. Had this Dunkard fella go in there with him, and they were going to go in and clean out this room of a bunch of older stuff that was in there. So they were moving some stuff out. He said there were some tripods, old tripods and stuff set up in there, and some old cabinets, the old time clock and things on the wall. So he goes and grabbed this metal cabinet, and they tilted it to one side to grab it to carry it out, and something moved inside. He opened it up. Yeah, he opened this thing up, and there inside was a jar, a large jar with liquid on it, and it had a caution on it, and it had an alien in it.
What?
An alien in a jar on Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and instantly the Dunkard fella hit the floor. I mean, really hit the floor. Oh God, we're going to die. Oh, they're going to kill us. Oh, praise the Lord. Oh Lord, he's praying, and oh, they're going to kill us. We're dead meat. We can't. No, Dan, don't touch it. And he's grabbing my buddy's grabbing it. He's don't touch it. Oh,
Feet don't fail me now.
Yeah, he's scared to death.
Yeah, but you can buy that on eBay now.
Okay, well, this has been quite a while back. Right, he pulls this jar out. This is a Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in an old room that they'd been filming in an old metal cabinet. And he pulls this jar out, and he's spinning it around, and oh my God, the old Dunkard fella, he's still on the floor. Oh, we're going to die, we're going to die. He's spinning this thing around, looking at it. He's about to shit himself. So he turns it up and looks towards the bottom, and it says, "Made in Taiwan."
Oh, wow.
What? Instantly, it's like, oh my God, are you kidding?
Oh my.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So
gotta say what's up to Bill too. Bill just showed up in
Yeah.
the chat to visit real quick.
I actually came on for a second because I'm watching this. I can barely talk because I'm still fighting the bronchitis, but
yeah.
I'm watching the stream in my bed in the TV on Verizon Fios. You can get YouTube on channel 941, and then just look for your stream. It's just awesome to just sit back and listen to all of you guys doing your thing and watching it on a big screen TV. You can't ask for more when you're sick.
Well, I'm glad that we all made your night.
We entertained Bill while he's sick in bed.
It's great.
I seen the photo though. That does look good.
Right? And it does. It really looks good. The sound is really good.
Magnifico, brother.
Oh,
very good tonight.
So did you guys see anything interesting so far, or?
Yeah, we had something cross in front about 2 hours ago.
A couple hours ago. That was wild too. It was a good one.
It went
probably
from upper
satellite
left to lower right. Yeah, it looked like
Yeah, if anybody wants to go back and look at it, just go back to the atomic clock time 8:18:14. If anybody wants to see it.
Oh,
Not
yeah,
that
that's
Keith
right.
was tracking it.
Hey, that's what we do, man.
Right.
Anybody sees anything, timestamp it in the chat, and then we go back and look at it later.
That's right.
But yeah, guys, I better get. I got to still cook. Man,
All right.
It's skinny
Dave,
dinner night. We always have
thank you very
skinny
much.
on Saturday nights. Yeah. Hey, I'll come on anytime. Man, I got my internet back. Never.
Awesome.
Dave Shock will be back on. He'll be one of our regular guests.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And we still got Marc here with us that we're just hanging out. Paul said he'll check out Jupiter to see. I know the atmosphere is a little active down there right now, and the wind's kind of picking up, so he's not sure if it'll be a clear shot or not.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm an irregular guest.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you're part of
regular guy there, Mark.
Marc, you're part of asshole astronomers, so you're gonna have to get used to that.
Oh, damn, that's good.
Yeah. That's
Well,
right.
guys, great to been on. Bill, get better, buddy. We need your Skywatch too.
Have a great night, Dave.
Definitely. Yep. And Cubsat for UFO disclosure. Hey,
You got it.
first
Awesome.
UFO hunting satellite. So, yep. Everybody
Dave,
take care. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming in and explaining everything. And I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Mark, Keith, Bill, y'all take care. Everybody in the
good night.
chat.
See you later.
I'm leaving this on, so I'll be listening as I'm out here cooking. So I'll keep listening to everything. So, wow, there's somebody put my, Derek just put up the Kickstarter page for it. Now, that's an old one, of course, but it has info there. But if somebody could put up my current one, that Fine Line Labs /space, that would be great. That,
we will definitely do it.
I ain't a mod in here, so I can't post a link.
Well, I'll actually post that in the description to the video for tonight as well as Marc's site and whatnot, so people can go.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if I can actually post a link, and I can give it a quick try, but I don't think it'll work. since I'm not a
Well, other people post it.
Yeah. I don't know if I have you modded or not, Dave.
No, you sure don't. Now I'm going to try it. Bink. There. Oh, it says I can't do it. I'm not allowed because I'm not. Yeah. Dude.
I'll make sure to mod you. That's what you get for coming in and spamming the chat box.
That's what I did. Okay.
All right.
Derek. Yep. All right. Everybody's saying that. Okay. But I gotta go cook, man, before I get in trouble.
Later.
Dave.
Later. Take care.
See ya.
Have a
Later.
good one.
Now, did he mention anything about next year's project with the Moon Cubsat?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yes. That's going to be very interesting.
Oh, yeah. And maybe in August we all can go down south somewhere and observe the full solar eclipse.
That would be awesome.
That would be awesome.
We can find a time
Why?
that all
When
of
I
us
can
get
just
off.
sit here and watch, Paul stream it.
Well, I think where Paul is in Miami, I don't think he gets a full one there.
No, he's got to be in the Carolinas.
Yeah, I think he gets maybe a half or 3/4, and I think we get a half or 3/4 here in PA.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had talked to Paul about that before, about maybe meeting up somewhere in North or South Carolina and actually streaming it. So yeah, you never know. I mean, once again, it comes down to vacation because we all have day jobs and got to work around that, obviously. But you never know.
Yep.
You never know. We might get lucky and figure out a way to do it. I do know that we did get, and I should actually talk to Paul this before I mention out loud, but who cares? We did get 2, I should say, mainstream media channels that actually emailed us and asked us if we were going to be carrying it, and then asked if they could use our feed if we were.
That's great if you can get them to do it.
Well, they were offering to pay for it too, and I was like, well, I said I got to talk to the other guy about this before I say, yes or no, and whether we're doing it or not. Because I mailed them both back, sent them to both the same basic form email saying we're not sure if we're doing anything for that yet. But I'm pretty sure we're not the only people that they emailed. But I did give them Chris Parker's information as well, since he's right there in the Carolinas, so they can get hold of him if they need to. Because he has that nice. There's a 24-inch scope right around him somewhere down there.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's set up for solar or not. You never know. So that's one thing we were looking at, and that might, if it turns out that if we can do something like that, that might cover the cost of, say, myself or Paul taking off work to actually head down that way. If it would cover it, it might be worth something doing. But I don't know. We'll me and Paul are due for a lot of long talks here coming up, trying to figure out everything from New York to everything else.
Well, we definitely got to go over to Marc's. That's for sure. That's
well, I'm coming to Hudson Valley regardless. It's a fact that, because I know. I mean, Paul, you got to figure it's all the way down to Miami.
Yeah.
So either way, I'm there. You're not getting rid of me. I'm going to Marc's studio, and I'm going to be live streaming from there, taking pictures of all of his stuff.
Now,
there you go.
Now, you plan to. When is the observatory supposedly going to be done in your home, Marc?
I checked with the Canadian maker, and I'm going to see the building at the end of this month. So I'll have it set up. I have a backhoe, so I'm going to be digging the pier in like 15 minutes, digging a hole for the pier, and then mixing up the concrete in the bucket at the other side of the tractor, and then using that to make the concrete mount deep inside, deep in the ground. Yeah, so I'll be able to. I'll probably have the pier, have to let that cure for like a solid week in the warm weather, and then I'll be able to attach the pier to it, and then I'll be able to build the building around the pier. So I have someone coming to build the decking, a deck basically that's isolated from the pier. It's just to walk on, and then the pier is going to be in the center through a hole with no contact with the decking, because obviously that's vibration. And then I'll have a 10-inch instrument on there with a 4-inch refractor, Richfield refractor on the piggyback. And then I'm going to stream through the Sony A7S II or just do photography. But this is just it's going to be a test setup, because this building is completely able to be automated. I can do everything without having to go out if I want to. And they sell all the equipment to do that. I can make it where I can open the shutter automatically. I can turn on the telescope, get it all set up, have it run through its startup, and do it all from here, from a computer, in a warm room, basically. So what that means is that the telescope dome can be anywhere I want it to be. And I'm planning on, I want to move to Arizona anyway in the next year or so, a year and a half. And what I'm going to do is I want to get into an area that's very, very dark. And I want to put the dome out there, this very same dome, because it can go up in about 4.5 hours and it can come down in 2. And then I saw the dome stacked, the dome and building stacked up in a compact car with the tailgate open. It had all the pieces of the dome and the building inside the compact car. So it's really compact, and it does ship very well. So I'm looking forward to that. But I want to do real science too, and getting under a dark sky will allow me to, do some spectrum work for the star. I want to do some spectral analysis of the stars. I have a system to do that, and that requires a lot of calibration, a lot of setup. But once you get it, you're done, And in a really dark sky, you don't have to worry about things like light, because you have the sodium vapor lamps from a distant city. They make what they call a light dome, the little bulge you see, of the light on the horizon at a dark spot. And those are sodium lines that you'll see in a spectrum. You'll actually see these yellow lines that correspond to that. And you got to remove those because those aren't really there. So if you take a spectrum of a star that is, the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet colors of a star, you'll actually see these lines contaminating it, and that's not good. And if you have a really sensitive camera, I've got one here that I modified, you can actually see the actual lines from our own atmosphere in the spectrum. Those are called telluric lines. Telluric or something like that. Telluric, telluric lines. And those are actually the lines of our atmosphere infecting the spectrum. So, there's science to be done, and it's really cool the way that you can do it in a way that you can actually contribute to the real science. Now, I was an astronomer. I mean, I was a professional astronomer for years, and then I ended up going and starting my own business. I started a special effects company and a visual effects company, and now I just I use my science every day, but I also run this company, and we make big planets for new buildings all over the United States. That's what we do. That's like become the main thing. We used to work a lot for the Navy doing submarine work, and I still do a lot of that, but I'm doing mostly big planets.
I'll take a couple of those if you want.
I had a couple of rejects, but when you come out here, what you'll see I made a model of Enceladus that actually works. That has geysers that actually work, and the geysers are actually from a fog machine and low pressure inside the sphere. It's like a 20-inch or 18-inch sphere that has the Enceladus texture on it on one side. On the other side, it has Alan Bean's helmet visor, because for one story, I had to show how the helmet visor could get scraped by the very, very harsh lunar soil. So I created, like as I said earlier in this, I created the soil, a special pot of the soil which I can recreate. I've got a ton of it, and then I actually scratched the visor in the same way that the astronaut's hand would have lifting and closing the gold sun visor, to show how that could have happened. And I don't say this is how this happened. I always say how it could have happened. Because look, when you're into science and when you're in science, you know that you can't be absolute. You can't say absolutes, because when you speak in absolutes, you just kind of make a fool of yourself. This is how it happened, until that's not how it was. So you got to be careful with that. And so I try not to speak in absolutes.
Now,
but
I have a friend. He just messaged me. He's in Japan. He's a big-time meteorite collector. And his website is lunarmeteoritehunters.blogspot.jp, because obviously he's in Japan. And I'm going to bring him on with us, and maybe you guys want to have a little discussion with him, because he has a collection of thousands, and he travels all around the world. So it might be interesting to speak to somebody who does this pretty much. He also teaches, and I'll let him fill you guys in. His name is Dirk. So I'm gonna add him into the call right now. He's
And
in-
I'll let Mark get into it because he knows a lot more about meteors than I do.
Well, yeah.
Don't you have one, Keith?
Yeah, shh, it's a secret.
He should be joining us.
I have a nice 1,100 gram iron meteorite that I got. It's from an Argentinian fall, and you know, when you look at like the value of these things, I mean, you look at the value and you see, wow, man, I didn't realize meteors were so expensive. I mean, I always knew that a slice of a meteor made into a watch, you know, like a watch face, was really expensive. Of course, cutting it and getting a good one takes time. Polishing it takes time. But man, I tell you, they're you can get some really, really valuable ones. And I'm sure.
I'll tell you what, when I come up there, you just lay it out on the table and I'll make it disappear for you.
Hey, I've been a magician since I was in 7th grade. I'll figure that crap out.
Oh, great. Now we got an astronomer magician on our hands.
Yeah, well, what can you say? I mean, I don't think there's a hobby that didn't come up that I didn't jump into it.
What's next, Mark? Do you work for NASA now, too?
Oddly enough, no. However, there was a young NASA scientist by the name of Bert Lee, otherwise known as Gentry Lee, who is the head of the JPL Outer Planets engineering team for the science directorate. Gentry Lee is the guy in charge of the New Horizons, the Dawn craft, the lunar rovers, the Martian rovers, all the robotic exploration of the solar system came under Gentry Lee. And when I was 9, I wrote a space station plan up on notebook paper that I pulled out of a binder with tears and everything in the little 3 holes. And I made up drawings, and I talked about how we'd get rid of the carbon dioxide. I talked about how to simulate Earth gravity. And I sent the plan down to NASA. And I figured, all right, I can't wait to hear what NASA thinks of my plan. And I heard nothing for about 2 months. And I figured, oh well, you know, and I forgot all about it. Then I get a big box in the mail, which I called for years my space box, because I opened it up and it was full to the top with cloth mission patches from all the missions, Gemini, Mercury, Redstone, everything.
Oh, thank God. I thought you were about to say, and next thing I know, I look up and Daedalus is in orbit.
No. But what happened was, inside a manila envelope was my space station plan, and I looked at it, and there was a letter, and it was from a guy named Bert Lee. He had looked at it. He was a scientist at NASA at the time, and I was like 7 or 8 or 9. I can't remember exactly where. And he wrote on every single page, good idea, made check marks to show that he read them. And I was so impressed by that. And in the space box, he put in books, he put in brochures, again, the mission patches. He filled it up with the stuff that, you know, dreams are made of for a little space kid. And he's the reason that I got into astronomy. And I hadn't talked to him since that time, until about 3 years ago, when I actually contacted Gentry Lee and told him that story. And he was absolutely tickled pink that I had gotten into the space program after he looked at my space program plan for the station. And you know, we promised to keep in touch with each other and everything. And what a really nice guy.
Let me see. Is that going to be confusing? Let me find out here. Yeah, you should be able to do that.
Yeah, John, I'll call you right back. Just hang in there, both of you. I'm going to call him and then get you right back on the line.
Okay.
All right, bye. Hold on.
Yep.
All right, so I'm going to bring Dirk on and then bring Mark. To muted.
Yeah, it's muted.
Okay. Let me get these guys back on.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. It could be because you're in Japan and there's some kind of issues going on. There's Keith. And let's see if Mark gets back. Is Mark there?
He was there. It's like call failed now.
I just
I love it.
By the way, Keith, say hello to Dirk in Japan, and I'll keep trying to get Mark.
Hello, Dirk. Let me make sure the audio is going out over the stream.
The audio.
There we go. We should have audio. Now we're just waiting to get Mark back.
Right. Yeah, I'm trying to get Mark back now. So
yeah, they're trying to prevent those North Koreans from launching the moon.
Why isn't Mark connecting now?
Well, does he have to hang up in the other?
He's got to hang up in the other group.
The other group chat, which he's still a part of.
Yeah, make sure.
So he's showing us busy.
I just sent him a message.
Ladies and gentlemen of the chat, please pay no attention to the professionality of this stream.
And
that's what happens when you get the Japanese involved.
Is he back?
I'm back.
There he is.
There we go.
Okay, so Dirk, say hello to Mark, Antonio, and Keith of the stream. And
another lunatic. How are you doing?
Hi, Derek.
Howdy.
Hi, Antonio, and Keith. How are you?
Good.
Right.
Good.
Right. Yep. How you doing?
Well, Tokyo's sunny.
Now,
no moon here.
now, Dirk, tell them a little bit about your work in meteorites and collecting them, and some of the more interesting stuff about the background in with these meteorites that you've been involved with. Did we lose it?
In meteoritics? Well, let me grab a piece of the moon so I can at least look at it while I'm talking to you. Just a second, I'll grab it. There's only a couple kilos sitting here. Okay, I got the moon in my hands. So what do you want to know?
Well, tell them about your background with your website and you as.
The website's been off because I've not been healthy for a couple days or so. Yeah.
Well, what about the meteorites?
I pretty low key. I've found a few thousand of them, and I'm legit and not one of these dudes that's dreaming things in Colorado or some of those other nut jobs. Keith and Mark, where are you guys at? One is in Florida, maybe?
Actually, Paul's in Florida, right, Keith?
Yeah, Paul's in Miami, Florida, and I'm up in Pennsylvania.
And I'm up in Connecticut.
Okay. Paul, Florida, I maybe know, and Keith, the Connecticut guy
is Mark.
Yep.
Okay. Mark, I've spoken to you before. Yeah. And go ahead.
Well, what are some of the more interesting meteorites you've collected? Have any been, say, from Mars or some other planets? I mean, have they been, have they been checked, vetted to see what the location where they originated from? Like you said, you collected thousands, so maybe you can just give us a little background on this.
I have found thousands. I have collected tens of thousands. The most interesting that I have found is Vesta and Mars. I'm a lunatic. I've never found one, but that's why my site is named Lunar Meteorite Hunters. Lunatic Meteorite Hunter.
Yeah. I think that's great. I mean, I'm aware that, when I talk about meteorites, I also mention the fact that many of these meteorites that came to the Earth, especially the early Earth during our development, these were actually sources of amino acids. They brought amino acids and these building blocks of life to our planet, along with comets and along with the Earth's own processes. So I think it's really interesting. Meteorites are often overlooked. They look at them in the sky and they see this little streak in the sky and they say, oh, wow, how cool. But the fact is, meteorites are responsible for a lot of what we are and what we have become. So it's important. It's important
they're
science.
responsible for everything of what you are and everything of what this Earth is about. So I've explained to students in several countries that when you drink some water, what are you drinking? You're drinking something not from here. It's from space, and the gold ring on your finger also was brought to the Earth, and everything you're looking at is from a single point in time, and time doesn't exist, but it's convenient to use it. So,
yeah, I mean, all the elements that are in our periodic table, all except a few human-made elements, were forged in stars up to iron, and then after that, supernovas, made those elements, and that's what the Earth was made of. In the early years of the solar system, there weren't really planets, there were just stars, and there were mostly hydrogen stars burning to helium and so forth. And it's only after the elements built up and were redistributed to the interstellar medium during supernovas and so forth, and planetary nebulae expulsions rather. That I think is where the elements came from to make us and to make the planet Earth. But then meteorites were made from that as well. Meteorites coalesced in space where they were either blown off of another planet by an impact or created like the asteroid belt in place. And I don't even, it's kind of interesting, and maybe you know about this, Derek. I've never heard a convincing argument that the asteroid belt wasn't just formed where it is as a bunch of separate planetoids, as opposed to a large object that was destroyed and became a gigantic ring around our sun. I've never heard any arguments about that whatsoever. In fact, I was always taught that the asteroid belt was just the asteroid belt that was created right there and from the very beginning. It was created that way.
Most scientists will say it's the junkyard, of the leftover bits, but I don't buy that either.
Well, there's
and you were asking about amino acids. We have over 55 that I know, 56 of from Murchison that have been discovered and found. And
right,
the amazing part about it fell in Australia, I believe in the 70s, 80s, 60s. I don't recall. Anyway, I got a piece of it sitting here next to me as well. And,
the Murchison is very important to me. The Murchison meteorite, I actually talk about that. I do talks all over the place on this, and my specialty is exoplanets. I'm an astronomer, so I've spent a lot of time talking about the delivery of amino acids to the planet by. I used the Murchison meteorite with a photo of it, in particular, and I talk about cometary, properties and the cometary compounds on comets that came here. And then, of course, the Miller-Urey experiment, which showed that amino acids could be created just by lightning hitting a primordial atmosphere. So, I mean,
they can
together,
be created out of what we call nothing, but
yeah, we have. There was a primordial atmosphere. Yeah, right. That's cool.
The other cool thing is we have things that are pre-solar system in our meteorites, including pre-solar system water, and Murchison, I contributed a piece to the Swiss study, and they did an interesting study of the amino acids, and then converted the data from the amino acid finds from the digital signal from it into music, and that comes out pretty weird too.
Wow, that is awesome.
There's a new discovery just in the last 4 days or 5 days, well, announced publicly anyway, of a new mineral found inside Murchison as well. And
really?
That was discovered by a Chinese, American-Chinese professor at Caltech, and that was just announced. So, the other thing most of your listeners don't know is we are all made up of amino acids, which make up our DNA, and meteorites also contain these amino acids, but they are all left-handed versus our amino acids on Earth, which are all right-handed. And a meteorite has also, this Murchison that I'm discussing has also been used by medicine and used to treat children. Forgot the disease. Anyway, it's been used for a drug already, and so there are many aspects of meteorites that are we're growing plants in them currently here on Earth.
That's very cool. Do you know where that study is located out there that talks about the Murchison aminos?
That would be about 2005 or 6. Swiss. I would have to dig in. My desktop is down. I'm on a laptop at the moment, so I don't have.
Wait a minute. I know this. I think I heard this.
So if you type
epilepsy, right?
Correct. Yes, the drug is for epilepsy in children.
Something for epilepsy.
Yes, and then also I've supplied samples for free for legitimate researchers and not drug companies to explore other medicines as well. And there are some odd people in America that actually eat the bloody thing, but I wouldn't suggest it. Most meteorites contain nickel, and nickel is a carcinogen and probably not all that healthy for you. And there are other odd people in the U.S. that have used Murchison specifically to tattoo their bodies, which I wouldn't recommend either.
Yeah. I think that's very cool, though. See, our science, and you know this, Derek, our science is so incomplete when it comes to the universe. I mean, even our physics doesn't work at the quantum level versus the macro level. We have to change certain values to make it work at those different levels. And this is something that is the direct result of our ignorance of the bigger picture. And
my response here, I'm sorry, I have ADHD, not really, but I would say thank God we don't understand, because we see what humans do with knowledge in the wrong hands. So if we actually knew what could be done, we would see it being used for not very good purposes. So,
well then we might be in a little bit of trouble then, because NASA funded a lab to look at a potential warp drive that was actually too high in the energy cost arena. You know, back in '94 when it was first created, that's the Alcubierre drive I was talking about from Miguel Alcubierre, and then they redesigned that ship. This is an aside from what you're saying. They redesigned it, and they found that the energy requirements went from converting the equivalent mass of Jupiter to energy, which of course was stupendously colossal, to only the relatively doable mass of the Voyager spacecraft. It's like a 10 to the 27th drop in mass, and to get that, they just had to modify the shape of the warp drive ring. And they only call it a warp drive out of deference to Gene Roddenberry. That's what Miguel Alcubierre said. But the point is, NASA funded a lab to start looking at that, now that it only needed the equivalent mass of a Voyager spacecraft converted to energy. So I think we're already on the way to being in trouble then, if you're thinking that way, right?
We're already in trouble because it's already being done. Anyway, I will keep politics and religion off of things, but yeah, we're headed in the wrong direction all the way around. So,
well, we definitely, primarily now I'm besides being an astronomer, I'm also the chief photo and video analyst for the Mutual UFO Network, for MUFON it's called, and
my arch nemesis. Yeah. I study I'll leave the UFO dudes alone, because they sometimes provide good meteors for me.
Well, yeah, I mean, believe me, as an astronomer, okay, I bring science to the table with these, and they call me a debunker, they call me this, they call me that, they call me a lot of names, but I'm the guy that brings the science to the table, and I say, okay, you thought it was a UFO, but I can confirm that was a satellite. I can confirm that maybe what you saw was a meteor. We got other people, and people think, oh, a UFO breaks a Russian meteor into 3 parts. No, that was a specular streak in a freaking windshield, okay, obviously. Okay, whenever you take an image through a windshield, the slightest little pit in the windshield is going to catch some of the light and boom, make some really cool specular designs. And I recreated it and showed that's how it happened. So then they all go silent.
Shot it out of the air.
Yeah, right. Remember that? Ooh, wow. Now, that kind of stuff from a media perspective. You see that stuff all the time. People trying to say a UFO did this, UFO did that. From a science perspective alone, meteors aside, and all the UFO hype, the tinfoil hat hype aside, just from a scientific perspective, the number of exoplanets that we've found in our galaxy alone could, and this is like the fifth time I've said it, could be between 10 and 40 billion habitable planets, not counting all the exoplanets that have been found. Okay, that's the statistical extrapolation. So really, the chances of life are, if you go from 0 to 1, 0 being none, life is probably at or near 1, if not 1. And intelligent life, well, you got to come, dial it back a bit because, we are intelligent life to ourselves.
You're making a large assumption there, but go ahead.
Well, no, yeah, I'll finish the sentence. We are an intelligent species to ourselves, to each other, but to another species, we might just be, considered, on the equivalent of a single cell organism. You know what I mean? We think we have all these achievements.
Don't underestimate a single cell organism, but yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, I know they can kill us, but the point being that our development has a long way to go, but it's been a sliding window, and the Earth formed like 4.6 billion years ago, and the universe was in existence for billions and billions of years before that, and we see a sliding window of planetary formation. I mean, 13.8 billion years is a lot. And, when you look at how long, it took us to form, like I said, that 4.5 billion years, when you take and you extrapolate back and you say, wow, that means the universe was in existence for over 9 billion years before we were even formed. That means that before our star even formed, other intelligent species could have come and gone many times over.
We're bound by our language, so I would suggest that universe is incorrect. Because that indicates there's only one, and we don't know. We don't know how many verses are going on. We may be in a multiverse situation, and we can only dumbly see one and believe that we're in the center of it. So,
well, you weren't with us earlier when we discussed a event where it seemed like it might have been what I coined a parallel universe intersect, where it was and that's a phrase that has gotten around. I had an event that occurred to me, and I'm a science guy. I don't, this stuff doesn't happen to me, as I said, but, and I'm not going to go through the whole thing again. I can tell you privately later, but the bottom line was, I had an event where I had something yank my leg out from under me while I was looking at it, and it was some weird thing I couldn't really explain. And I had MRIs, I had CAT scans. I wanted to make sure that my brain was fine. It was. And when I talked to astrophysics folks, I found out that, there was a number of, at that time, it was current research that was underway, but not published. And then it was published. They found that there was a potential for the Big Bang to have sparked multiple universes. And then a few years later, another study done by a different group showed that not only is that first study probably correct in their mind, however, they also showed that they think they knew how they were laid out, what the topology was for a parallel universe system. And that made perfect sense to me. I felt that made perfect sense. That was incredible to me, because I realized, wow, this is kind of justification for what happened to me and what I felt happened. I thought that what happened to me was rudimentary communication between universes. Rudimentary communication at best. I put my foot on something that looked like it was there, that I wasn't really sure was there, and it yanked my foot out from under me as it ran away, and I fell down and injured my shoulder, which still hurts to this day. And I had no idea what it was, that kind of thing. So I don't know, but from just looking at our X, Y, and Z moving through time, our dimension of space, our dimensional space, we think that there could be as high as 40 billion habitable planets in our galaxy alone, and there's billions of other galaxies, and then there could be many more universes with billions of galaxies. It doesn't take rocket science to figure out that eventually we're going to figure out how to travel between universes. You know,
perhaps it can be done, but not with the current state of science.
no.
Bill, can you zoom out, because the reason I happened to bother you is I didn't know you were looking at the moon, but I'm kind of maybe hoping for a good impact on the moon tonight.
Well,
perhaps?
actually, this is P&K space imaging. This isn't my stream.
Okay.
And
Yeah, there's clouds.
yeah, he's dealing with clouds right
Right.
now,
Sure.
and the moon is setting pretty much right now. So hopefully, if it clears up, they're gonna try to center in on Jupiter.
Okay. Was there an occultation tonight with the moon over a star?
I believe there was. It was near.
It was being seen in Colorado, and then suddenly the clouds moved in. So.
Well, I know Jupiter and Venus, and I think something else was near the moon tonight.
No, but there might have been a star. But
yeah,
I mean, from Colorado to here, that's quite a distance. That star might not have, been
Yeah.
near the lunar limb.
and
at
he's
that
in.
point.
Are you in Colorado right now or in Japan, Dirk?
No, I'm in Tokyo.
Oh, okay.
That's why he said it's sunny.
Yeah.
And beyond where I'm at, let's not discuss anything else except the apricot trees are booming. Yeah.
Nice.
So, interesting meteorites. I have a piece of what we think is from Mercury. There are potentially meteorites that we have found that are from Venus. My dream would be to find an earthite, because trying to distinguish what an earthite is would be a task of its own. I have personally found pieces of Vesta, which I find amazing, and several of those they found me. I didn't find them. At least 3 times I got out in the desert to take a leak. Sorry, you're in a public forum. I got out to look at the trees, and when I finished looking at the trees, I had to mechanically zip my jacket up, and looking down near where the tree was located on the ground, near that wet spot where the tree had just been watered, there was a meteorite 3 times there. And I personally think that perhaps just our desire can bring these things into being, or for some reason they found me. I didn't find them. But there wasn't only a meteorite in one case. In the desert to take a leak. Less than a meter of my feet, there was I was 150 miles from any civilization or any highway. And this is in the middle of the Arabian Peninsula, near where the tree was located on the ground. Less than a meter of myself, there was a telephone card. And at that moment, I laughed. There was a meteorite 3 times there, and I personally think that perhaps it's interesting. Though, desire I think one key that just the thinking of the possibility of something existing for some reason will certainly cause you to look for it, and may actually cause you to have anxiety. Go ahead. Less than a meter of my feet.
You mentioned this to me before. How people may take it for granted how much meteorites they may have in their own backyard. Literally speaking, for example, you told me that you can put a mesh. You were telling me the technique to put this mesh in a swimming pool or in a puddle, and you go the next day and you filter it out, and you, believe it or not, you can find meteorites right there in your own backyard.
Well, it might take you more than a day. If you're having some rain, you may have some. Well, you need to avoid having any incinerators or power plants near.
Right.
There is pollution from automobiles that also produce microspherules that are magnetic, and what is thought to be magnetic using a super magnet may not really be magnetic in the sense that. The super magnet will attract a lot of things that we wouldn't normally think are magnetic. So, it might take more than a day or so.
All right. So, what would be the exact process If someone was to try to see if they can detect if they had meteorites, say, in their backyard, in a swimming pool or in a large water ponded area, what would be the process?
Well, even your gutter off your roof, or the downspout off that up at a bucket, and of course, if you got shingles on your roof that are asphalt, there may be stuff from Dow Corning that may be magnetic besides meteorites. But ideally, and a steel roof, of course, our iron roof is going to produce some iron globs that are round and magnetic. So once you've done your sorting and collecting, which may take more than a day or so, it may take a week, but if you've got a gutter that's been there for a while, just use your water hose and put your bucket down under the downspout and wash your gutter out, even if you got leaves in it, and keep all that, and then shake it around and then let it sit, and the leaves, of course, will come to the top, and anything heavy, of course, will sink, and then take your magnet and put it inside a plastic bag or a zip bag, and then put that again into another zip bag, and with your magnet inside, then along the bottom of the container, and you'll see that some material will actually be attracted by the magnet, and then you take and pull that well, once you got it back out of the water, take that inner bag out as you're rolling the outside bag in. So you're actually catching those particles that were stuck to the magnet, and they're easily released because you're moving the particles away from the magnet. Otherwise, you're going to have a mess stuck to your magnet if you're just doing it bare, and it's difficult to get them off. By all means, if you have two of these super magnets, they're not toys, because you can actually break your finger, and there's a spoof on the internet of me with x-rays and a severely broken finger.
Wow.
I have snapped myself, but someone did.
I've seen that happen. It's the neodymium magnets you're talking about, right?
Correct. And small is better in using those, because I normally have one around my neck. I don't normally use it. When I'm looking for meteorites in the field, I normally don't use a magnet. Most meteorite quote unquote hunters, which I think is kind of goofy, but most of those people are not very smart, and they only rely on a magnet, which is not wise, because if you're actually looking for a meteorite, many of the rare ones are not quote unquote magnetic at all.
Yeah.
Especially lunars, Martians, and some of the other super rare stuff contains very little nickel and iron. And best is to train your eye to look for first learn what is in your area, and then exclude everything that's in your area, and then look for something that's not normally in your area. And then, by all means, if you're an amateur or just beginning, or even if you're fully seasoned, be willing to accept that it isn't a meteorite. You have to disprove that you have a meteorite. I get hundreds of photos a year that I found a meteorite. God, I've been there myself. But and there's a conspiracy to hide that you found a meteorite. Oh, well, I can tell you as a scientist and a previous researcher of meteorites, that we are more than happy that if someone actually found a meteorite, we wouldn't hide the fact. America, or the United States, America off the word, the United States does not have any, and Canada and South America does not have any lunar meteorites. The U.S. has three or four Martian meteorites. The reason being is a lunar meteorite is rare, and Martian meteorites are rare, but a lunar meteorite specifically is atypical of what we would think a meteorite should look like. And the chemistry is very similar to the Earth, and the fusion crust which is the outside ablation silicone crust that forms when the rock meteoroid is coming into our atmosphere. that forms on the outside looks a lot and smells a lot and tastes a lot like an Earth rock. So you're not going to be able to, the average person, even the trained scientist, the geologist, is not going to know a meteorite, and a meteorite, and especially a lunar meteorite or a Martian meteorite, that it actually is such. I have been trained in archaeology and geology, and I would say that most PhDs at universities, we are not taught and would not even know a meteorite if it hit us on the head. At age 4, I found my first meteorite, and it took me passing through university and showing many, many people until about age 30. I already knew it was a meteorite because my great-grandfather had found a 400 and some pound meteorite on his land, and I found this one at age 4 also on his land. And well, he knew because he had sold it to a person that was an amateur. Well, we now consider him the father of American meteoritics. Anyway, I had taken it to the university several times and told it's just a rock, or it's a leverite, or of course, anyway, just ignore it, and anyway, go away. Anyway, I didn't throw it away because I knew what it was. And of course, then as I got older at the university, I did iron nickel studies and finding the chondrules inside. So, and that was from Nebraska, by the way. So.
Wow. So you actually, when you actually have, it's been my experience too that it's kind of hard to discern a real meteorite from an Earth rock, and you said that, correct?
Especially, I get really out of focus photographs from people with artificial lighting, and they're telling me that here's my proof. I've just sent you 50 photographs. I have to explain. Please send me in focus, and even by in focus, I need really good photographs, and even by that, I can identify chondrites and irons most likely.
Yeah.
But something exotic or not common, or an ordinary chondrite is a misnomer that science has created. An ordinary chondrite is the most common type of meteorite, and it contains something with spherical, round little balls inside it, and nickel iron in a silicon aluminum matrix, and that would be the most likely type you're going to find. But I lost my train of thought. Go ahead, sir.
Actually, I have a question quickly, Dirk. Is there any area geographically that is conducive to more meteorite recovery, where you can go to a certain location and expect to find, or is this something that's just random and it can be anywhere for you?
Well, science tells us that all places have equal opportunity to have meteorites, but my experience and intuition tells me that may or may not be true. The best place to look, of course, is where you don't have any vegetation. Number 2 is where you have a homogeneous color of soil, preferably white. And number 3 is a lack of rocks, or preferably a homogeneous white rock surface. So again, and lack of vegetation. So little water, because meteorites, iron, and water do not normally mix, and salt from oceans nearby or previous oceans. Meteorites, iron doesn't, chloride and iron love each other, so to the point of not existing anymore. Freeze thaw in the deserts, of course, is extremely tough on the rocks, but normally if they're dry, they will survive at least 50 to 60,000 years, and they may be cracked, but you will be able to find them. Recently, ASMET, that was the American expedition to Antarctica, just came back, and I had to have a good laugh because they came back with 250 some rocks this season, which is I think probably a multi-million-dollar project. Kind of embarrassing because these people spend, and these are professionals, they spend over $1 million for this one expedition to send 2 to 3 or maybe a team of scientists up to 7 from one country, such as the U.S.
I'm familiar with that. I was just looking at that today, actually. I was looking at their scientific, because their research year is, I think, coming to an end, right?
It's finished, and they've been made the official announcement or something. Or the official announcement was they came back with 250 some rocks, I believe. Yeah. Anyway, that's for a team and one expedition period, which is normally one whole season. Their team, 250 rocks. My one day, one person, and then no support team. One day alone, and in one location was 938 rocks. Wow. I don't have the luxury of staying in a hotel, and normally I work about 18 to 20 hours a day, and probably 40 to 50% of those rocks were found after dark as well. So go figure. Yet governments and bureaucracy are trying to stop, quote unquote, citizens from collecting such or protecting things for science or posterity. Well, I'm all for that, but they're not very effective. And most of our major discoveries for meteoritics and science were done by citizens, yet brought to the scientists for verification or for study. And if it wasn't for those people getting out into the field looking, whereas most academics, researchers sit in their chair in a comfortable office and work 8 to 5 and have a good salary, and many of us are out there risking our lives, not talking about it. Of course, people that talk about it tend to bring risk to everyone involved from many aspects. These are not exactly the ideal places to be going for oneself into quote-unquote hostile territories, or deserts are often used as good places for many dumpings of different things.
Sure.
Dumping as things. I don't need to describe what those things are. And often conflict happens in deserts. So, and yet we see legislation to close most of the Western United States now, federal lands, and many countries now have put export laws because of one or two people that are taking the opportunistic, selfish moment to put themselves in the highlight of, I have a 3.2 million piece of gold that I have, and it's posted on the Wall Street Journal. Embarrassment for that country, and then envy, and then that person, of course, wants that monetary gain. I don't sell anything I find, and it's made available to anyone that will seriously research it.
So what do you do that when you have this mass collection? Is this something that you travel and display? You have some type of exhibit where you maybe travel around the world, or you show this to students? I mean, in universities, what exactly do you do with this collection as far as the educational purpose of them all? If it's not for monetary.
I'm a caretaker. It costs money to have them studied. One meteorite, to have it classified, is approximately $200 to $300 on the low side, just for minimum classification. I have probably close to 2 tons of meteorites, and maybe over 10,000 meteorites easily. I don't have the funds to study them. I have offered to donate my whole collection if they can be made available to anyone that is a qualified scientist for study, and that they be displayed for any citizen or any person to see without charge, and never to be just given away, thrown away, or put in a closet. Which I at one time worked for the Smithsonian, and I do know that most museums, their collection behind the scenes is much bigger and much more interesting and much more diverse than what's on display.
Of course.
And which is a shame, because then they become the high priests, and all knowledge is controlled by them, and they're not really doing a service to science or to knowledge or to learning.
You're right. It's similar to the artifacts in the Middle East, where they're somewhere in Iraq or Syria, and you have all this pillaging by the extremists, and these artifacts are going into collectors' hands. The ones that are taken, and it's just being dismissed as being destroyed, or it seems like you said, a lot of this ends up in a private collector's home, and it's not made for public, for public use. Or I can see that an analogy as far as similarity, as far as when it comes to meteorites and even artifacts of any kind.
Well, and meteorites, unfortunately or fortunately, have been by several countries declared as national heritage property. Well, there is no cultural heritage in a meteorite unless it was worshipped or observed or at least noted by the peoples of past. Yet, because I am a trained anthropologist, archaeologist, and it's nonsense, the laws, because the bureaucrats make them. And of course, then these people that like to sit behind their chairs and air conditions like to, of course, have job security for their graduate students and themselves and their future prodigy. It's nonsense, because it doesn't really benefit science at all.
Now, your website is lunarmeteoritehunters.blogspot.jp, because obviously you're in Japan. Now, being that it's a lunar meteorite hunter site, I don't know if I asked this before, but do you have those in your possession at all, or this is something that you're just trying to find? Because you said before that it's kind of rare. I think you stated that the United States doesn't even have any in their possession.
Well, the United States has some in their possession from the moon, and of course other countries, but have never been found in the United States. There's no lunar meteorite from the United States that has been published or is known yet at this moment.
Interesting.
I have probably about 30 different examples of different lunar meteorites that I've either purchased or, that I have purchased. I have not found any lunar meteorites, even though I have that aspiration. My website means lunatic, basically. It was why I picked that name initially. That's my wish to find a lunar meteorite. My website hasn't been updated because I've not been 100% healthy for the past 2.5 months since my trip to a foreign country. And you asked what I do with them. I often take examples, because there's no point of carrying nearly 2 tons of rocks or 20-some thousand rocks with a sample of each type, perhaps, or at least a more spectacular one, because kids or humans in general appreciate something that's big and chilly. Well, for someone that's really into meteorites, a lunar meteorite may be interesting, but it's not really that all that interesting to somebody that doesn't know what it is, because you're just trying to show them that's your idea of holding something that's as old as our solar system in your hand.
Yeah,
it's
a rock from space. Exactly. A rock from space is really fascinating. I have an 1,100 gram iron meteorite from an Argentinian fall, I believe. And
that would be Campo de Cielo, and it's now off limits for a good reason, because that is on native people's land, and they did worship their rock, and probably was witnessed by humans at that time when it fall. It was found in what was it, 16 something? I don't remember.
Yeah, it's a beautiful meteorite, but I believe it's mostly iron. I mean, I can't say it's pure
It's iron, nickel.
Yeah, yeah, but it's clearly a meteorite for this astronomer. I recognize the difference, but I would actually it's here wrapped up in bubble wrap.
Bubble wrap's not exactly ideal because it has polyvinyl PVC and some other flat aromatic hydrocarbons, polyaromatic hydrocarbons in it. So I wouldn't suggest, Campo is ordinary enough or common enough that it doesn't really matter, but those chlorides are going to eventually, and in a moist climate, are going to probably, Campo is not all that 100% stable, unless it's been stabilized, it's going to rust.
Yeah, I do have some rust on it, actually.
The best place to keep it would be on top of your TV set or hot surface, so it's shedding moisture and not attracting moisture.
So what would you recommend for restoring?
Otherwise, it acts as a heat sink and the moisture collects. And the more you play with it, the more you're going to have problems, because there's a stable, under that crust of rust, there's a stable oxide, which is protecting the inside. Iron meteorites also contain chlorides, so there's a disease that dis-ease that meteorites have, and that some iron meteorites especially, which is called Laurentide disease. And that's where your meteorite, you watch it get sick and disappear in front of you and starts weeping water, and you end up with a pile of rust. So I would just suggest leave it alone and keep it as dry as possible, or dry it out and then keep it dry.
All right. So, I can do that.
Our moon's back, and please, someone else discuss something other than meteorites.
It's good that we got you on to talk a little bit about this, because a lot of people aren't familiar. I mean, specifically about meteorites themselves, and maybe trying to collect them. If you're going to go into that venue, as far as anyone can do it. It's you described it, and I learned something. I didn't know about that, about the lunar, that we don't, other than what we retrieve, but that it's not we haven't had nothing here. I mean, I find that fascinating.
Well, the main reason is vegetation. Two is lack of discrimination, because the average person doesn't have the ability to discriminate between an Earth rock and a lunar rock.
Right.
And a lot of the people that think they have a meteorite in the United States, they're nut jobs. So you will find on the internet several quote-unquote
now, do you, as a person involved with meteorites, and I know Mark, we've discussed this in the past, do you can you see that the moon as being a major resource for countries as far as mining the minerals, and, say, for example, helium-3?
Well, H3 there's an interesting book that was poo-pooed by NASA and publicly shunned by an astronaut on H3 on the moon. And of course, there's enough hydrogen-3 deuterium on the moon to fuel a lot of activity. As far as it being mined, it's except used locally, there's really no economic benefit to it.
Well, the benefit is simply to be able to use local in situ resources to build and fabricate structures for a lunar colony rather than ship them to the moon.
Correct. Yes.
That's the only benefit of it, and that's really why we talk about that.
But as far as you got these people that think they're going to lasso an asteroid and bring it back, highly not likely, but it's possible they could waste Australia or Africa to lose one. I also pay a lot of attention to near Earth objects, which are often asteroids or meteoroids, and Yeah, and impact crater. There's a lot of resource in one of them, but to get it, you're going to be paying a price if it's not already here. And
that's true. That's true. I think that
how much resource are we going to waste
to retrieve?
Yeah, I actually agree with that. I think that there's a place for resourcing the moon, but that place is if you're going to build a colony on the moon. In the same way, you would use Martian resources to create a Martian colony. You wouldn't send and truck over, stuff from the Earth to Mars. That's ridiculous. You would send a lean and mean.
But
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I had an interesting experience being able to speak just after the proponent behind the Mars Society person at an international astronomy astronautics conference, and I've worked with engineers, and as an engineer, I'm not degreed in engineering, but I have worked with them, and being an anthropologist, I'm able to communicate and help them communicate amongst each other. But a lot of engineers are pretty ignorant when it comes to actually thinking about culture or other aspects other than their minute little field. And my response to his presentation was, fine if we're going to go colonize one of these places, but let's fix our problems here on Earth before we take our problems with us. And why are you wanting to move away? Yeah, we may have quote unquote disaster, but from many different reasons. But if we haven't solved our problem, perhaps our time is up, and we should accept that. Of course, life, quote unquote life, which is our human experiences, life wants to continue, but didn't the dinosaurs perhaps want to continue even though they couldn't think of that option? They maybe didn't have the capacity to think of that.
Well, they didn't have the capacity to engineer a solution to their problems, and we do. And that's, in fact, they were not in control and could not have stopped that possibility from, the Cretaceous Paleogene impact was the killer for them, and it happened 4 other times before that. So,
but humans are full of fool and folly too, because they think they are in charge of their destiny, and I think that's where there's a big failure, because they may or may not be in charge of their destiny. Even if they do have all their ducks in the line, the outcome is uncertain at best. And the possibility of positive outcome is very, very small.
Well, so I would argue the other way. I don't believe it's very small. I believe that our progress at any point in history, civilizations have stated that there was something, either another technology that they developed or whatever that could kill them all. And for us, it was nuclear obliteration. That's still a specter that hangs over us, except that I'm actually of the mindset that in the case of nuclear obliteration, the warheads that are aimed at all these countries by us and by Russia primarily, these have to be maintained, and we know factually that Russia did not maintain theirs, and so they may not even work anymore, but we don't know. But see, it's all a crapshoot, and we're going through that growth spurt, okay, that other civilizations that I believe do exist in the universe have gone through. So the fact that we're here and that we have existence tells me that we're nothing special, and that this happens all over the universe, because everywhere we look, there's the building blocks of life. It's not just on Earth. It's not just in our solar system. We've detected water in exoplanets already, in the atmospheres of some exoplanets. Now, they're not habitable exoplanets, but clearly it shows what we already knew, and that is that water and the other building blocks of life, amino acids, things like that, are made by the universe in a variety of ways. and so they're out there already. And I think that
if we suspend our sense of
what's that?
If we suspend our sense of what we call time, perhaps we're already there. Perhaps everything is just an illusion and we're already gone. It was just a dream, or perhaps never existed. I am not on any far limbs. I'm just asking a question. We don't know. Our experience as a human is maybe, 80 to 90 to 120 some years maximum. That's pretty insignificant.
Well, if you compare it to a cosmic scale, it's of course correct.
Well, even
I don't know.
Even a geological scale, yeah. We got plants on our Earth that are 30 to 40,000 years old and still kicking. Can you ask a plant? Perhaps, if you're asking the right questions, you won't get a voice back or a written message, but it contains that whole story inside it, just as a rock does. And that's one thing that meteorites are very important for, is telling us the story.
Absolutely.
It contains the whole record. And as a geologist, you're taught, well, Lyell told us, his hypothesis was the past is the key to the present. Well, the present is also a key to the past. So therefore, are they the same? Perhaps.
Yeah. I watched a wonderful show about the Antarctic expedition, and they're actually doing deep ocean cores off the Ross Ice Shelf.
Correct.
Going 400 meters down into the bottom beyond the depths that they had to go through the ice and et cetera. And I was looking at the cores that were pulling out. I saw these really interesting rock cores. You can actually see, and you know this, I think, where the ice shelf receded and had come, receded and progressed forward and back, because there was like till on the ocean floor that was in the samples of the cores, and then there was just a sharp break, and it's a sharp break for the core, but not geologically. That's a lot of time in between, and then just smooth gray mud where there was no ice shelf above, and then it was very rocky. So you saw that's where the glacier or the ice shelf had extended out again with trapped rocks and then melted away and dropped the rocks to the bottom. It's fascinating to watch that cycle. You can see the cycle right there in the core, and you can see how Antarctica, which was once because of tectonics, as you already know, in a different location physically, and so forth, in a different climate, you can actually see how the ice actually came at a certain point, and that Antarctica, of course, wasn't always frozen, of course, but once it got frozen, it stayed that way for I guess it's millions of years. I don't remember the time frame, but it's interesting to see how the actual ice shelves extended and then receded, just by looking at the cores. I thought that was really clever.
Well, there's an interesting movie, since Bill's from New York, upstate, but this is a simulation of Central Park in New York. Mm-hmm. And this was published in around 1970s as a 35 millimeter.
Was this the Antarctica ice sheet melt?
This was a 16 millimeter film of Central Park, looking at the geology and you traveling through time as you're in Central Park and watching the ice being on top of you, recede, coming at you, all these different things happening around you. It froze, it put time in a loop with you watching it. And I don't think that's ever been put on the internet, because it was pre-internet, of course.
Yeah.
So that's excellent video.
Someone may have uploaded it, though.
I kind of doubt it. This is something that was put out by as a propaganda, it wasn't a propaganda film. Okay. But it was one of those science weekly films that schools, high schools, junior high schools got at the time.
Like the weekly reader thing?
Well, except this was a 16 millimeter film for mostly junior high school students.
Yeah.
science students. Another thing that the general public is fairly ignorant, and certainly politicians are ignorant of, that we've been in a warming, freezing period for the past several million years.
Right. I argue about that all the time.
Actually, hundreds of millions of years, where the northern ice sheets come and bend far south.
Yep.
So I'm expecting myself to see either a very big snap and a sudden mini ice age to set in. Normally, things will always heat up prior to the deep snap in the other direction. So I'm going to put that in writing because it's just a guess.
Well, I think you stand about as much chance of seeing that as
we'll see.
Seeing a pole shift. It takes thousands of years for glaciation. It takes thousands of years for a pole shift. I mean, just by looking at the crystallization and the way the magnetic field lines are in the mid-Atlantic spreading ridge, you can actually see that pole shift takes quite a long time. In fact, I'm convinced we're actually in the middle of a pole shift because of the magnetic field of the Earth is actually extremely turbulent in a lot of places, and I think that is the process. It's not a pure north-south magnet anymore. It's the lines are varied and they move.
Well, an offshoot of that is in geology, we use geomagnetic studies to watch where the pole has been, and in archaeology, we actually use archaeological sites, fire pits specifically, to take samples around them, and then as a fire is made in the pit, it actually all those iron molecules or iron atoms that are close enough that reach a point where the quote-unquote needle is reset to the current position at the time of that fire. So we can look from series of different known time periods or cross-dated with tree rings, and we can see this progression of how the pole actually shifts over the last 4,000 to 6,000 years archaeologically, and geologically over hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years, because we use sea sediments and other geological sediments or rocks, specifically usually volcanics, which are igneous rocks, to look at that magnetic moment that was set when they were formed.
Right. So,
well, people realize that a rock has a memory, not in the sense that you do, and has a story, not in the sense of a book or a verbalized story that a person does, but it's all there. So
yeah, it is the rock. It's frozen. It's a moment of the Earth's state frozen in time. And when
we are also a moment frozen in frames of time at moment now and then gone, moment now and then there is no future. We're living only at this one moment, and I think mathematically you can prove that time does not exist. You have moments and moments and moments, but that's it. And once that moment's gone, okay, you have this quote unquote thought of history or past in your mind, or your hope for what that tomorrow, future, or next breath is going to be. But does it exist? I would question that it doesn't. So, go ahead.
I'm not there in my thinking that way, but I do look at the moment to moment existence. Our chronometers and the way we measure time, that's distinctly a human construct, and the concept of a calendar doesn't exist as far as the universe is concerned. So when I hear people talk about Nibiru is coming at this date and time and blah blah blah, it's like, you know what?
I think it's time for Bill and his ex car partner to pull out another beer when it comes to talking about Nibiru wiping us out tomorrow.
Oh, I wipe these people off the earth with their stupidity. I hate to say it that way, but I mean, did I say it out loud? Oh, I guess I did.
No. Yeah.
But
let's say lack of the average. Let's just keep it to America because you guys are living in America. The average American is not interested in learning anything. Actually, anything dealing with knowledge is not a value. It's entertainment that is a value. That therefore you have a political system, and everything in your surrounding is frozen in the stupidity of entertaining the idiot. So, sorry, that's cutting close to home.
No, that's okay. Except all the people in the chat and the hundreds that come here to watch this particular stream. These are an example of people that would probably agree with you, but not be in that group.
I hope not. But,
no.
Yeah.
These people they want to learn. That's why they're here.
Agreed.
And I respect every one of them for coming here, and I'm grateful that Keith asked me to be on this particular stream. I just think that there's so much to learn from looking at the moon. There's so much to learn from looking at the rest of our solar system. We can't learn about planets around other stars until we understand the planets around our star. And we can't expect that other planets around other stars are going to look the same. At the beginning of this broadcast, we talked about the TRAPPIST-1 system and how those planets are likely all tidally locked with the same face facing their star. That doesn't preclude the possibility that life could come about because we don't have a model for that. We only have a model for a planet that has slowly slowed down over time as the moon spiraled a little farther away. We have a moon. We have tides that we don't understand, or we do understand very well, and we have a planetary system where we have gravitational interactions between all the planets and the sun, and those affect everything that happened on Earth. And so when asteroid impacts on the planet, we've had 5 major extinctions, as you already know. And
actually
overall, what?
Actually, more, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, there's 5.
We're actually in a major extinction right at the moment. But,
I see what you're saying. Well, okay. To be fair,
what a moment means isn't
to the folks listening. I mean, he's not saying anything that's really off the wall, because a major extinction event like when the asteroid hit, it didn't kill the dinosaurs overnight. Okay, that Cretaceous Paleogene impact. What?
I said, I wish it had, but it was a painful death. Yeah.
Yes, that's true. Actually, they died out over a course of several years, many years.
They didn't die out.
Well,
I always have the fun thing when I'm teaching elementary kids. Who's been to Kentucky Chicken lately?
Oh, well, yes, of course, birds and dinosaurs. Well, different species survived, obviously, or else we wouldn't be here. Clearly, that's true. But there's no Tyrannosaurus Rex, there's no Brontosaurus, there's no Dimetrodon, and you can go down the list. There's no more of any of these animals walking the earth anymore. And so, and the way I said it was in another broadcast somewhere, I said their DNA path was shut down, okay? And now that left open the possibility for other life that still existed to come up and take that path and run with it. And that's what happened. Birds are not dinosaurs, okay? But birds are related to dinosaurs via a parallel pathway. They're not what dinosaurs evolved into. They are another path that had nothing to do directly with a Tyrannosaurus. You could look at a bird, the way it walks on the ground, and say, gee, is that the way that velociraptors walked? And maybe it was close.
Close. Yeah.
But it's the fact that they were they're a different evolutionary pathway. They're a branch. Just like we didn't come from monkeys. I hear that all the time. We didn't come from chimpanzees. No, chimpanzees came from chimpanzees. Okay? parallel pathways, however, some leading to dead ends, like Neanderthal. That was a dead end. Okay, why was it a dead end? Because natural selection showed advantage to Homo erectus and Homo habilis, and then Homo sapiens sapiens, which is us. I mean, that is where we came from. And it was through this natural selection process, mutation and adaptation. And the mutation occurs naturally, perhaps, and then in the end, it turns out that the being that could adapt best to that mutation was selected better. And maybe that adaptation or that mutation helped them adapt to the new situation. And that's
if we back our microscope out one notch or two, we will perhaps consider that all life is life, and our human sense that animal or dinosaur, human, etc., 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 is different, is also they may be the same thing, just the adaptation has changed. And what science's structure of thinking of strict Darwinism may be a folly as well. Life still exists, and even though humans are going to be extinct at some point, there's still going to be life, no matter what. And you're going to find life even on Mars, even though they just discovered it. I can tell you it has been found in meteorites and announced this year. A meteorite that fell in 2013. Anyway, it was in Morocco. They now have confirmed that it does contain the signs, signals of life inside it, or that had existed inside it. And there is water in it as well.
What was this in? I missed that. You're blipping out on me.
A meteorite in Morocco
okay.
that fell in, I believe, 2012 or 13, which I have some sample here. My mind is blanking because the original name changes after the nomenclature committee. Actually, it's called TSINT.
Okay.
TSISSINT, I believe. Anyway, it has been confirmed that there are the signs and gases that would consider life exists.
Is that the one from Mars?
That is from Mars, yes.
Okay, I heard about that too. I don't know.
Science as a whole. But
what's that?
Science as a whole being extremely conservative, yet saying that religion may be false, and I will not discriminate between religion and science. I think they're both the same thing. Even though the scientist will not admit that he's actually a religious fanatic that has a dogma that will not break, because they think they are reasoning. Well, reason may be in many different forms, and maybe you folly of anyway. But why should we think that we're the only place that doesn't have life? And looking at the early satellite imagery of Mars, even the idiot that's not even a graduate student or not even a third level college student in geology could see that there were geological processes going on, and we know that that doesn't happen without wind, water, and freeze-thaw going on. Geological processes that obviously showed an aqueous environment at some point. Any student that's studied anything about sedimentology, you can see that. So why for 40-some years or 30-some years have they taken this overly conservative point of view, saying that, oh, we've just discovered that now in 2012 or 13 or 2010. I don't recall when they finally made their high priest announcement of leaking that.
But I just want to play devil's advocate here, though. I understand what you're saying, but isn't it also relevant to send like what they have there with the rover Curiosity and take samples just to correlate the data and to confirm what they've always thought or assumed to be the case?
Yeah, but science is too conservative in the sense that it's not going to make high discoveries like such as atomic physics made, because no one's willing to go to that extra quick leap, and then, or even consider it, because you're going to be poo-pooed by your colleagues. Yes, there are going to be crackpots that come up with crap theory, but those people that are thinking outside of the box are going to come to the fact, or at least a fact with quotes around it, much faster than those conservative persons that are sitting and waiting another 100 years to discuss it. Meteorites were not accepted by science until around 1870, 1880, when Weston, which was actually Easton, Connecticut, fell out of the sky. And this was after the Civil War, that created an argument between Harvard and Yale. And Professor Silliman, who proposed that actually rocks do fall from the sky, then it was taken by politics and saying that would be more likely than, as a Yankee, I don't recall. Anyway, a political statement. How idiotic! For thousands of years, Western culture has known that that rocks have fallen from the sky. So why did it take science, Darwinian period science, to finally accept that rocks fall from the sky when it had been witnessed by thousands before that? It's idiotic. So what's happened to our high priests? They're living in their air-conditioned office too much, and perhaps I don't understand.
Well, I just my feeling is that progress is progress, even if it's slow and conservative. And I look back to when I was a kid watching Apollo astronauts walking on the moon, and I look now at the International Space Station. I look now at the images we have of Pluto. I mean, it took us 15 years for that probe to get to Pluto. Right. And New Horizons sent back images that are just astonishing. In fact, I've actually had to analyze some of those for in one episode. I've done a lot of episodes of NASA's Unexplained Files and What on Earth, and one of those stories was these objects on Pluto that were seen in these what was actually solid nitrogen on the surface, nitrogen ices, and they're actually water ice that's coming up through the surface and forming these little water bergs on top of the nitrogen. It's kind of cool. And so I look at that and say, look, we're making slow progress. It is conservative, but we're still making progress. We don't have now a situation where if you say that it's X, that you're going to end up being accused of heresy and put in jail. You might be ostracized, by academia for what you say, for your statements. And it reminds me of when I was getting my astronomy degree. I remember telling the chair of the astronomy department, as I was talking to him, I said, I believe that there's a lot of planets out there in the out in the universe beyond our solar system. And I said, this is, I can't believe we're the only ones. I mean, we are an ordinary planet. I was saying this in the 1980s when I was getting my degree. And I said to them, I believe that there's more out there. And I'm not saying it just from that perspective. I'm saying it from a perspective of evidence. Look around you. Look at the Earth. This is an ordinary planet around an ordinary star. Nothing special. Okay? We've had a number of extinction events occurring on the Earth, major extinction events that we can see in the fossil record. And yet here we are. I say this is not out of the ordinary. I think that these are all over the universe. And the chair of the department looked at me and said, again, the conservatism, right? He said, Mark, just get back in the observatory and leave Captain Kirk to us.
And by the way, Keith is back because Keith is going to be wrapping up soon. So
yeah. Well, here's the situation. I was just talking to Paul via text, And we got a cloud bank that's just hanging right around the horizon line, which is just totally washing us out. So we're actually going to wrap up here probably in the next 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
But I definitely want. Why am I forgetting his name already? Dirk, I definitely want you to plug your site again, and anything that you're working on, anything that you want to plug. Definitely take time to do that real quick. And we got to have him back on sometime, Bill.
Yeah, anytime.
Well,
I'm sure
I apologize. I've not been well, but the site is not up to date 100% in far by maybe about a month and a half or 2 months are missing. We've had a lot of meteorite activity in the past 30, 40, 45 days that I don't have a record of. I haven't posted it, but my website can still be used as an archive because there are about 6 or 7 years of record there, at least, 2009. So, yeah, use it as an archive, and you're still going to see updates probably coming, God willing, that I'm alive. And anyway, it's the latest worldwide meteorite news at Lunar meteoritehunters.blogspot.com.
Okay, and Bill did give me that link, and it'll actually be in the description to this video, along with Mark's and Dave Shock's. So if anybody is listening to this after the fact, after the live feed, they'll be able to click on it down in the description as well.
And I apologize because my discussion was not really on topic, but and many things by a strict scientist, which I understand, would not be considered science, but in some cases philosophy maybe exceeds science in some sense.
It's all about making people think.
I had to take philosophy classes to get my degree. How about that?
Absolutes are disproven by science. So we have to think of the possibility of something that is a null. So we always try to disprove the null or prove it, and actually prove the null, that it is an invalid thing rather than proving that it is a valid thing in science. So I think scientists need to look outside of their orthodox science method and be at least looking outside of their quote-unquote science mind.
Mark. No,
we need to move more quickly, because I really do believe that if quote-unquote humans are to continue, they're on mark time. And the possibility of survivability is in my personal opinion, nil, but that may be just because a certain or all individuals are nothing more than a breath and gone. So I thank you all for your time and for your this opportunities to speak. I don't consider myself as a lunatic, fringe, or such, and I am a rational scientist, but I still see that there are ways to look at things. And if you look at theoretical physics or even quantum physics, you will find that these people are often quote-unquote magicians that are manipulating things that cannot be seen. That doesn't mean that they are real or not real, but should be considered as perhaps possible. And I would like to leave that possible is. Because if you look inside possible, you will find that there is possible, is inside possible. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your time. And astronomers, there's a little bit of overlap with astronomers appreciating meteorites, but my experience with astronomers, that's nice, but we're looking at stars, we're looking at space.
No, I have to tell you, man. I gotta stop you there just to tell you that's not my.
I understand
outlook.
yours.
You know, I think the meteorites are key to understanding where we've come from and where we can go to.
May I put one other plug in? I belong, and I'm the representative in Japan for Astronomers Without Borders. I am not an astronomer. I know very little a bit about astronomy. I've looked through a telescope, I think, twice in my life. my adult
Dare
life
you?
once.
And
Yeah,
Dirk, I don't mean to
yeah.
interrupt you. I don't mean to interrupt you, but just because earlier Mark may have mentioned MUFON, he is This guy is Mr. Science. I mean, if there's anyone that reaches a rational, logical, he does his research thoroughly. Mark is the man. I mean, that's why whenever he does work, like he's on NASA Unexplained Files, One on Earth. I mean, this man takes the time. He does the models. He did the model of the moon, a recreation to show that, because a lot of people with this fake landing BS, and, you have all that going on. But Mark he applies the science. He is a science person. So, don't get thrown off by that, what he said with MUFON. What he was trying to say is when it comes to MUFON, when they give him photographic or video analysis, he's going to reach all the logical, rational explanations before people jump off the bridge and say it's a UFO. No, he goes through the science. That's what he does.
That's all there is, really, and you have to. And I think Dirk understands that. I think that's not a problem
I
for
worked
him.
with one of your colleagues who's the chapter state MUFON person in Texas, and he's often willing to accept things that I will tell him that you better take a good look.
There's different personalities and different opinions. You know what I mean?
Exactly. But I'm not going to say that UFOs UFO is nothing more than an unidentified flying object, and that doesn't include anything related to aliens.
Right. UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon, to me is better. But
yeah.
I think that a UFO can just be an extraterrestrial craft from another civilization is a possibility.
Yes.
Can I suggest another program? The father of all-sky cameras for meteors detection has just passed away about 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
He was involved in Project V, which I won't spell out what Project V was, but that was in the 1960s when Kennedy sat down with Khrushchev and signed an agreement. And this person was the PI for that project. He used his own funds to fund something that was initially Project Twinkle, which was set up by Lincoln La Paz to detect the Roswell boogeyman, which were actually green orbs, which were actually meteors. But that all evolved out of a military program, and he's just passed away, and he's not gotten any recognition all of his life. He didn't have a PhD. Therefore, he's been swept under the rug, and he was a very humble person, and considering what he did for world peace with his Project V, which was the name of a satellite that monitored what was happening between the major powers. Yeah, I would like to say thank you to Mr. Spaulding for his contribution in our still alive scene.
Yeah, that's
cool.
Sad news that he passed away. But
Semi-scene world.
Another thing
and
too.
Thank you guys for your time. And I grew up in Eastern Colorado, so for your MUFON person, I grew up in northeastern Colorado, and I can probably, if you want more information, I grew up next to a facility that was built in 1962-3. And I can tell you that there were probably close to 85 quote-unquote cattle incidents in my county. So some of those far-out whacked jobs that write books about conspiracy, they know some, but I grew up as a kid there, and seeing some of these beef burgers on the ground and seeing some black craft in the air, I can tell you that much of that was probably interesting. And so if you wish to continue a discussion offline or at another program, I consider the offline first. So I know which direction to give you, Mark, and Paul,
right.
and Keith, and Bill.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. Well, it was great having you, Dirk, for a little while. And we'll talk soon. And have a great morning, because I know it's probably the afternoon now in Japan, right?
It's 2:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So enjoy the rest of your day. And again, thanks for coming on
Well, have a
Space
day
Imaging.
yourself. Stay well, and yeah, next time around. See you the next singularity at least.
Feel better. Feel better.
Bye bye. Thanks a lot.
Bye bye.
See you, Dirk.
Nice to see you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Good night. Yeah, so you guys did your thing tonight.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to do real quick? I'm going to run down the active users in the chat just to give them some shout-outs to people that have been hanging with us. I'm just going to run down first names, so I don't have to try to pronounce last names. But, of course, who we got here? Man, I'll talk about an echo. We got Tana and Andrew and Anthony and Brian and Carmen and Confusion and Dee and Amanda and Ian and Luis, LZ, Monica, Mothman, Nancy, Proud, Radical, Rockstar. Where are we at here? Scene. I guess we can call him Jinx. Starseed, Ted, and the left-hander. All active in chat right now. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you, Bill, for once again saving grace.
No problem.
And Mark, thank you once again, sir.
It was fun. It was fun, and it was even real fun, you know.
Absolutely. And I cannot wait for you and Paul to get together up there in New York. It's going to be very interesting.
It'll be great.
You two got me out of my bed, you know. I was enjoying watching both of you on the TV, but you know what I said? I got to get in on this now, because
Hey, Bill, just be quiet and get healthy. I mean, that's why we did this. We did this so you'd get out of bed, so you get healthy. You got to be vertical to get healthy. You got to keep walking around. You got to keep sitting up. You got to not lay down.
I know. No, it's true. It's true. I feel a little better, so that's a good sign.
See? It's our
And you know
fault.
what? It's been a great chat tonight, too. It's actually been pretty calm. It was very minimal banding. It was a good conversation going on as well. So, and of course, mods, great job as always.
I saw a few posts get deleted right away.
But are you surprised? This is one of the best chat rooms on YouTube. I mean, really. There's great people in here, and they're very involved. You know, they're interactive. They ask the questions, and that's what you want. You want people to be here and be involved in the conversation, and it's educational for those that are watching with families or, you know, with their friends, or whether they're just home alone. And I mean, this is something where you can sit back and pick up a few things. It's knowledge.
Yeah, unless there's a major astronomical thing going on, like an eclipse or something, where you get like 2,000-3,000 people in here, then it starts going crazy.
Yeah, you can't
but
read.
Nights like this, where we can just sit back, relax, talk about space stuff and moon stuff, and have Mark on and Dave Schock, of course, filling us in with the Cubsat stuff. It's been a really good night and a really good way to spend a Saturday night. After we had one stream that we actually got in. So far. So hopefully this will continue. Hopefully we'll be...
You streaming tomorrow?
Yeah, if it's clear.
Okay.
I just talked about we'll be doing the sun stream at noon.
Awesome.
And that's Eastern Standard Time for anybody not in the area. And then, of course, he just said that he's open for clear skies tomorrow night, so we'll be doing it again.
Woohoo.
So, yep, we'll be on it.
All righty. So
Heading waxing towards full.
well, I'm not going to go into that, because April Fool's Day is Bill's birthday.
I know. I thought about it. And I was like, man, am I really going to pull something off? But no.
Put Bill's face in the moon.
I just have it in there. It was like
The April Fool joke.
yeah, right.
Oh my! You know, we can
Instead of the moon, just have like me in here imaging a picture of Bill's face.
no, little Bill with waving a flag on the moon surface or something.
Holy moly!
Oh my God! Anyway, gentlemen,
That's why you got sick, Bill, because you kept going outside to change the battery in that camera.
Yeah, right. That's all huffing all them paint fumes from going to his house.
I'm just glad I got it done, because now that spring's coming, it's going to be busy time outdoors, and can't wait for that May gathering for Pine Bush. I'll tell you that.
Oh, it's gonna be awesome.
We're going to have a lot of fun. Anyway,
That's gonna be
gentlemen,
fun.
maybe we'll do it again soon. But Keith, I'll definitely see if you're doing your thing tomorrow. And
Yeah, I'll
Mark-
probably shoot you a message tomorrow sometime. Just let you know what's up.
yeah.